for the arrival of the Honorable Senate President and the Senators of the Republic.
The 72nd session of the Senate, and the first regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Will be led in chamber in prayer today by Senator Sonny Angara.
Dear God, as another day dawned upon us, we come to you to say our thanks and our praises. Here is another day of selflessly serving our people and our country, and we thank you for giving us this opportunity. The wisdom you blessed us, Lord, will never outshine yours. That's why we have no one else to turn to in times of trials and tribulations. As your servants for the people, our God, we ask for your supernatural strength, love, and wisdom as we face another day of tough legislation. Tulungan po ninyo kaming magkaunawaan sa bawat talakayan at iadya ang bulwagan sa anumang sigalot. Tulungan po ninyo kami na masinsinang pag-aralan ng aming mga panukalang batas upang sa huli ay masiguro naming ang mga ito ay para sa ikabubuti ng sambayanan. Tulungan po ninyo kami, Panginoon, na magkaroon ng malawak na pangunawa upang ang aming pagtupad sa tungkulin ay sumikat ng naayon sa aming sinumpahan at walang anumang magawang paglabag o pagkakamali. Heavenly Father, we thank you for being here in our midst tirelessly and always there to guide us. We will forever be grateful to you, our Lord, for watching over us and loving us unconditionally. Amen.
Please remain standing for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Ayang magiliw, pwes na silanganan, alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duwet ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisiit. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simula, sa langit mong bughaw, may ilang kang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang isang ng matawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdidinig, ang bituin at araw na kailan, ang may di magdidilim, lupa ng araw ng buwan, ating pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na may mag-aapi ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
We have with us today, ladies and gentlemen, the MMDA chorale that will lead us give us a song rendition called Sana'y Wala ng Wakas. Maraming salamat, MMDA Coral. Thank you very much. Secretary, may please call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Ligarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 21 senators physically present and, 22 senators physically present and one senator, a distinguished majority floor leader who's affected by COVID, virtually present for a total of 22, rather, with 21 senators present physically, 22 all in all. Majority leader,
Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the journal of the 71st session, Wednesday, May 17, 2020, and consider the same as approved.
there being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
Before we do that, do you want to greet first those guests that are on the,
Yes, Mr. President, before we proceed, we'd like to acknowledge the guests of Senator Win Gatchalian, Duero Bohol Mayor Al Taulad, Pilar Bohol Mayor Wilson Pajo, Lobok Bohol Mayor Raymond Hala, Garcia Hernandez Bohol Mayor Philadelphia Jess Baha, and Gindulman Mayor Albino Ben Palo. And
welcome to the Senate.
likewise, guest of yours truly from the municipality of Initaw, Ms. Amisorita, Mayor Grace Akain, and last guest of Senator Jigo Estrada, Ambassador Henry Bensurto, Ambassador to Turkey, Ambassador Paul Raymond Cortez, Ambassador to the Portuguese Republic, Ambassador Raul Hernandez, Ambassador to the Sultanate of Oman, Ambassador Josel Ignacio, Ambassador to India, Ambassador Maria Angela Ponce, Ambassador to Malaysia, Ambassador Renato Villa, Ambassador to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Last but not the least, Mr. Carlos Sureta, Permanent Representative of the Philippines to the United Nations and Geneva. That's all, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the Senate, our distinguished excellencies of the our diplomatic corps. Welcome to your Senate, ambassadors. Welcome. And of course, to the local officials of Misamis Oriental and Bohol and of the Republic of the Philippines. Welcome to your Senate.
Again, Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
Secretary, there being no objection, please proceed to the reference of business.
Bills on first reading. Senate number 2213, converting the extension office of the LTO in Las Piñas City into a regular LTO district office, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Villar C.
The Committee on Rules.
2214, amending Section 4 of RA 10845, thereby imposing death penalty when the offense is committed by a personnel of the Bureau of Customs, the AFP, PNP, or any other uniform or law enforcement agency. Senator Padilla.
Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform, Justice and Human Rights.
2215, amending PD 1083, the Code of Muslim Personal Laws of the Philippines and for other purposes. Senator Padilla.
Committees on Justice, Human Rights and Finance.
2216, redefining the crime of illegal recruitment committed by a syndicate, amending for the purpose Article 38B of PD 442 as amended.
To the Committee on Migrant Workers.
2217, amending sections 27 and 28 of RA 9165 as amended, thereby imposing the death penalty when the offense is committed by an officer or member of the AFP, the PNP, or any other uniform or law enforcement agency, or an elected official, and for other purposes. Senator Padilla.
The Committee on Public Order, Dangerous Drugs, Justice, Human Rights.
Resolutions. Proposed Senate Resolution 616, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry on the delayed development of electric transmission facilities and provision of electric transmission services with the end in view of increasing and ensuring reliable and continuous electric power supply in the country. Senator Gatchalian.
Committee on Energy.
617, commending and congratulating the Samahang Kickboxing ng Pilipinas for winning 3 gold, 4 silver, and 8 bronze medals in the kickboxing event, 1 silver and 5 bronze medals in the Kun Gamer event, and 2 silver and 4 bronze medals in the Vovinam event at the 2023 Southeast Asian Games in Phnom Penh, Cambodia. Senator
To the
Tolentino.
Committee on Rules.
618, commending and congratulating the Philippine national men's basketball team Gilas Pilipinas for winning the gold medal in the 2023 Southeast Asian Men's Basketball Championship. Senator Tolentino.
To the Committee on Rules.
619, congratulating and commending the members of the Philippine team who have won in their respective sports categories, thus bringing the country's medal haul to a total of 260 medals during the 32nd SEA Games held on May 5 to 17 at Phnom Penh, Cambodia. Senator Villar C.
To the Committee on Rules.
620, urging the appropriate Senate committee to look into the current digital piracy regulations in the Philippines and the potential of adopting a rolling site blocking mechanism to combat digital piracy in the country. Senator Poe.
Committees on Public Information, Mass Media, Trade and Commerce, and Entrepreneurship.
621, commending and congratulating all the Filipino medalists of the 32nd Southeast Asian Games for bringing pride and honor to the country. Senator Angara.
Committee on Rules.
622, congratulating and commending the Philippine Sports Commission, athletes, and the rest of Team Philippines for their outstanding effort and performance during the recently concluded 32nd Southeast Asian Games. Senator Lapid.
To the Committee on Rules.
623, recognizing and commending the entire Philippine delegation for their exemplary performance during the 32nd Southeast Asian Games. Senator Revilla Jr.
To the Committee on Rules.
624, congratulating and commending Bianca Bustamante for her exceptional achievement as the first Filipino to win the Formula One Academy. Senator Marcos.
Committee on Rules. I believe, Majority Leader, we have third reading measures for third reading.
Yes, Mr. President. We have three measures for third reading. I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2021. This is the bill institutionalizing the Shared Service Facilities or SSF project for MSMEs. Printed copies of the bill were electronically distributed to members on May 17, 2023 in compliance with the 3-day rule in the Constitution.
With there being no objection, Senate Secretary, please proceed with the roll call vote.
An act to institutionalize the Shared Service Facilities Project for Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises by amending Republic Act number 6977, otherwise known as the Magna Carta for Small Enterprises, as amended by Republic Act number 9501, otherwise known as the Magna Carta for Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva,
Yes.
Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
Yes. With 22 affirmative votes, 0 abstentions, and 0 negative votes, Senate Bill number 2021 is approved on third reading. May I just ask my colleagues to settle down because we are doing votation, please, for third reading measures. You can conduct the meetings in another room with our visitors. Please proceed.
Yes, Mr. President, second measure for approval on third reading. Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 1964. This is the bill Kabalikat sa Pagturo Act. Printed copies of the bill were electronically distributed to the members on May 17, 2020 in compliance with the 3-day rule in the Constitution. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, please proceed, Secretary, to the roll call vote for third reading.
An act institutionalizing the grant of a teaching allowance for public school teachers and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva,
Yes.
Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 22 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, and abstentions, Senate Bill number 1964 is approved on third reading. Congratulations to the sponsor, Senator Revilla, and author.
Yes, Mr. President, before we proceed to the third measure, Senator Revilla, the sponsor, would like to deliver a manifestation. I move that he be recognized.
Yes, we'd like to recognize the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Cavite, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to thank this august chamber for once again standing behind our heroic teachers who have constantly given their all to nurture the youth of our nation. Binigyan silip natin sa bulwagang ito at binigyang tugon ang mga pangangailangan ng ating mga bayaning guro na katuwang ng Estado at mga magulang sa pagtataguyod ng kabataang Pinoy, na siya pa rin nating itinuturing na pag-asa ng ating bayan. With the passage on third reading of Senate Bill number 1964 or the Kabalikat sa Pagtuturo Act, we are giving our dear teachers an assurance that they will always have the Senate as their ally in advocating, pushing, and fighting for their welfare. Isang hakbang pa lang ito sa marami pa nating mga ipapasang panukala upang bigyang sandata ang ating mga guro, lalo na't sa kanilang papel na ginagampanan sa buhay ng ating mga kabataan ay hindi matatawaran. It has been said that theirs is a thankless profession. Maraming sakripisyo para sa maliit na sahod. Pagod na at kadalasan ay abonado pa. At ito nga pong pagsasabatas ng teaching allowance ay isang seguridad sa kanila upang hindi pa nilang higit pa nilang magampanan ang kanilang mga responsibilidad nang hindi naman na isasantabi ang sariling pangangailangan. With this great honor that we shepherd this meaningful legislation that will be our loudest declaration of our commitment to our teachers, that they will never be alone in this journey. Muli, salamat sa ating mga kasamahan dito sa Senado, sa inyong buong suporta sa panukalang ito. Hindi ko na po isa-isain pa dahil lahat po tayo ay nagsikap na bigyang katuparan nito. Kaya maraming salamat sa inyo mga kasama. At saludo tayo, ito ay isang patunay na saludo tayo sa agarang matamasa ng ating mga guro ito at sa kanilang kabayanihan. Muli, maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague. Majority Leader.
Likewise, Mr. President, before we move on, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa will likewise deliver an explanation of vote.
Yes, we would like to recognize the distinguished colleague from Davao, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I wish to take this opportunity to explain my affirmative vote for the approval on third reading of Senate Bill number 1964, otherwise known as the Kabalikat sa Pagtuturo Act. In my co-sponsorship of this measure, I talk at length about how the napagkakasya naman mentality, which is something we Filipinos are known for, should not be applied to our treatment of our teachers. Sila na kabalikat natin sa pagpapalaki intellectually and emotionally also need and deserve our support and help. This is why I give this measure my loudest affirmative vote, Mr. President. Ernie Duncan once said, "Wherever you find something extraordinary, you'll find the fingerprints of a great teacher." Today, it is my fervent hope that Filipino teachers will be even more inspired to scale greater heights, to conquer more extraordinary feats, knowing that their Senate has got their backs. If great teachers are those who can bring out the best in their students, then let it be known that a great Senate is also that which, through inspired leadership and legislation, can bring out the best in their educators. With the able chairmanship of the Committee on Civil Service, Government Reorganization, and Professional Regulation, my good friend, Senator Bong Revilla, allow me to express my full support for the immediate passage of this happy bill into law. Thank you, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Senator Bato de la Rosa. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 1410. This is the bill pertaining to the National Day of Awareness on the hijab and other traditional garments and attire. Printed copies of the bill were electronically distributed to the members on May 17, 2020 in compliance with the 3-day rule in the Constitution. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, we ask the Secretary to proceed with the roll call vote.
An act declaring the first day of February of every year as a National Day for Awareness on the Hijab and other traditional garments and attire. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva,
Yes.
Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
Yes. With 21 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstentions, Senate Bill number 1410 is approved on third reading. Congratulations once again to the sponsors and authors.
Mr. President, before we continue, the sponsor, Senator Robin Hood Padilla.
Recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. Sa banal na pangalan po, sa 99 names of God, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ginoong Pangulo, sa mga kapwa ko, miyembro ng lupon na ito, ako po ay nagpapasalamat sa ating mga kasamahan dito sa Senado sa pamumuno at patuloy at patnubay ng ating minamahal na Senate President Miguel Zubiri upang maipasa ang Senate Bill number 1410. Napaka-espesyal po ng araw na ito, hindi lamang po para sa ating mga kapatid na Muslim, kung hindi para sa lahat ng mga Pilipinong naghahangad ng mas malalim na pag-unawa sa pagkakaiba ng kultura, tradisyon at pananampalataya. Sa ating paghahangad ng isang lipunang walang diskriminasyon, napakahalagang kilalanin at harapin, hindi takasan at iwasan ang mga partikular na hamon na kinakaharap ng isang komunidad. Tulad na lamang po ng aking sinasambit, ang pangkalahatang layunin ng pagkakapantay-pantay ay hindi makakamit sa pamamagitan lamang ng pagpapahayag nito kung hindi natin kinikilala ang mga umiiral na katotohanan. Madalas ay hinahantulad ko ito sa isang masikip at siksikang silid na kung ang lahat ay magsimulang magsalita ng sabay-sabay, hindi maiiwasang malunod na lamang at hindi mabigyan ng pansin ang mga boses ng mga nangangailangan ng agarang atensyon. Ang pagkilala sa mga pakikibaka ng isang grupo ay hindi nangangahulugan na binabawasan natin ang kahalagaan ng iba. Sa halip, malinaw ang ating bitiin. Ang pagpapalakas ng boses ng mga nangangailangan para isulong ang tunay na pagkakapantay-pantay. Walang hanggang pasasalamat sa aking mga kasamahan nating tumayo kasama ang inyong lingkod upang makamit sa anumang anyo ang ating inaasam na layunin para sa ating mga kababayan. Muli po, maraming salamat po sa inyo. Mabuhay ang ating lupon.
Congratulations po sa ating sponsor. This is your first measure as a senator. Congratulations po.
Salamat po. Salamat po.
Congratulations to our colleague, Senator Robin Hood Padilla. Mr. President, we have two measures for amendment. The first is Senate Bill 2035. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2035 under Committee Report number 63. This is the Trabaho para sa Bayan Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, I believe our distinguished majority floor leader will sponsor the measure online and ask us, there being no objections, let's proceed the period of amendments.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of this measure is we close the period of interpellation. With that, Mr. President, I move to the period of amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
With no committee amendments, I move that we open the period of individual amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved. Individual amendments, period of individual amendments are in order.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor, Senator Joel Villanueva, our majority leader, for his amendments.
Yes, our distinguished majority leader, Senator Joel Villanueva, is recognized. And to amend, shall it be Senator Legarda first, ladies first, or Senator Pimentel?
I'll go first, Mr. President, as we go by page,
Okay.
if that's okay.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, on page 3, line 5, after the word startups, insert and cooperatives. Thus, the provision would now read as follows. Letter A, providing support for the establishment, business continuity, and growth of MSMEs, including startups and cooperatives, through increased access to financing, capital, and other incentives, transition of informal MSMEs to formality, and other support mechanisms. Mr. President, the rationale behind this is you and I agree, Mr. President, the importance and potential of cooperatives in employment and income generation need to be emphasized and monitored by the Trabaho para sa Bayan. So the Interagency Council, Mr. President, would monitor this. Thank you, Mr. President.
There is no objection to your amendment, therefore amendment as approved. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be the one reading the amendment of Senator Legarda, if I may.
Is it all right with the distinguished proponent? Yes, she says it's all right. You
Okay,
may
Mr.
read the
President. Thank you,
amendments.
Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Legarda. On page 4, and this is the amendment of Senator Lauren Legarda, page 4, line 8, insert a new paragraph I, letter I, which shall read as follows. Providing standards for training and employment of apprentices and formulating guidelines for the creation of apprenticeship programs and other enterprise-based education and training modalities to improve productivity and efficiency in the workforce. We accept this amendment, Mr. President, because in building the country's labor force, we are all in agreement that apprenticeship programs are necessary to provide an opportunity for career growth through critical and technical training and experience. Thank you. I so move, Mr. President.
Correct the technical difficulty that we are
Yes,
experiencing now.
Mr. President.
Yes, please repeat the amendment. Please repeat what you had said, the last paragraph.
Mr. President, on page 4, line 8, insert a new paragraph, letter I, which shall read as follows. Providing standards for training and employment of apprentices and formulating guidelines for the creation of apprenticeship programs and other enterprise-based education and training modalities to improve productivity and efficiency in the workforce. We accept, Mr. President, the amendment of Senator Legarda. Yes, Mr.
Please
President.
proceed, Majority Leader.
For the second, Mr. President, on page 4, line 11, insert a new subparagraph J, which shall read as follows. Establishing effective and inclusive grievance redress mechanisms to provide an accessible and credible channel for complaints and exact accountability for those liable for
Let him-
obligations and comments.
Senator Joel,
So
sorry,
moved.
we lost you.
Oh.
You have to start again.
Sorry, Mr. President. On page 4, line 11, insert a new paragraph J, which shall read as follows. Establishing effective and inclusive grievance redress mechanisms to provide an accessible and credible channel for complaints and exact accountability for those liable for obligations and commitments. We accept the amendment of Senator Regarda. So moves.
There being no objection and accepted by the sponsor, the amendments is accepted.
That would be all, Mr. President, unless our colleagues would like to introduce their individual amendments.
Yes, we see the distinguished gentleman from Cagayan de Oro and Marikina, Senator Coco Pimentel, and we recognize the distinguished Senate Minority Leader.
Please don't, Mr. President, don't forget the province of my mother, which is Zambales.
Zambales, I forgot, sorry. Apologies.
Nakakalain nung iba may plano tayo sa mga lugar na binabanggit niyo. Mr. President, first of all, I'd like to relay our concerns to our majority leader and hope and pray that he gets well soon, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
During the interpellation, this representation raised the possibility of increasing the number of reports from annual to 2 times a year. If that is acceptable to our sponsor, the proposal now is on page 7. Yes, section 10, line 5, to change an annual report, change that to submit reports twice a year on January and July. So it will now read, the TBP IAC shall submit, shall submit reports twice a year in January and July to the Office of the President, the Senate of the President, the House of Representatives on the following, etc. Subject also to proper styling, Mr. President, but that's the main idea. I so move, Mr. President.
We accept, Mr. President, and we thank our distinguished minority leader for introducing that amendment.
Ano pa?
There being no objection and duly accepted, the motion, the amendments approved.
Implementing rules. Yes. Bakit natin pinapabura? Kasi?
Sure, other concerned
Copy.
agents.
On same page 7, Mr. President, on section 11, it's about implementing rules and regulations. I move that we delete the phrase found on line 18 to 19 after the word act, delete NEDA, DTI, and DOLE, in coordination with all the members of, Mr. President. And after on line 19, after TBP-IAC, insert the words together with. So this will now simplify the entire paragraph, Mr. President. It will now read as follows. Let's do it. Section 11, implementing rules and regulations. Within 180 days, open parenthesis 180 in numerals, close parenthesis. Within 180, open and close parenthesis, the number 180 days from the effectivity of this act, the TBP-IAC, together with other concerned agencies and private stakeholders, shall jointly formulate the implementing rules and regulations for the effective implementation of this act. So we did this, Mr. President, because the NEDA, DTI, and the DOLE are already part of already part of the interagency council, Mr. President.
Any comment from the sponsor?
Agree, Mr. President. We accept the amendment. Thank you.
Of the NEDA.
Amendments accepted and approved.
And last, Mr. President, page 7 on the section on appropriations. Line to? Line 24, Mr. President. The proposal is to delete the phrase departments/agencies concerned and then replace this with NEDA, NEDA, period, Mr. President. So the additional budget required of this measure, which was mentioned to be 4 million pesos, Mr. President, will be lodged in the budget of NEDA.
Yes. Any comment from the sponsor?
Can I just ask if the distinguished minority leader is only looking after the operation of the board, but not, Mr. President, the operations of different agencies, because they have their own budgets, and we don't want them to be misconstrued as budget only for the use of the board, Mr. President.
I withdraw the proposed amendment, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you for that
Amendments withdrawn.
inputs from the
Thank
sponsor.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank you,
for
the distinguished
understanding.
minority floor leader.
Thank you.
Are there any more amendments, gentlemen, ladies?
Yes, Mr. President, with no other individual amendments, I move to close the period of individual amendments.
There's a motion and no objection. Motion's approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2035. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, Senate Bill number 2035 is approved on second reading. Congratulations to the sponsor
Thank
Yes,
you, Mr. President.
congratulations, our majority leader.
and to, of course, all the authors.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2035.
There being no objection, the motion is approved. Before we
President-
move on to other matters, I just saw in the gallery today the presidential bunso, Ma'am Amy. Is she still here with us? I wanted to greet her. She went to the restroom break. Yes, just wanted to greet her and welcome her to her Senate, to the Philippine Senate.
Likewise, Mr. President, before we go on a short break, let me also acknowledge and congratulate our colleague for his third masteral degree, Senator Francis Tolentino, Mr. President.
Our distinguished gentleman, chairman of the committee of the Blue Ribbon Committee, and the chairman of the Committee on Justice has just arrived from his graduation of his third masteral program. Congratulations po, Senator Tolentino.
And with that,
Ang hirap
Mr.
naman nun, three masteral. Can you get as many masters as you can, if you want? Pwede ba yan? Dapat PhD na para doctor na po ang tawag namin kay Senator Tolentino. PhD naman.
Yeah, to add to our roster of doctors in the Senate, Mr. President.
Yes. Basta hindi nang doktor.
So that also we can likewise greet our colleague. I move for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Yeah, Senate, suspended for 1 Senate minute.
Mr. President, before we resume consideration of the Maharlika Bill, I move that we recognize first Senator Jigo Estrada for his privilege
Yes.
speech.
Thank you. As agreed upon during the break, Senator Estrada will deliver his privilege speech, and he said that if the interpolation can be done tomorrow, so that he can just deliver his privilege speech at this.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you,
Recognize, sir.
our Deputy Majority Leader. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues of this August Chamber, ladies and gentlemen, I rise today on a matter of personal and collective privilege. I rise before you with a heavy heart, encumbered by the plight of our kababayans in the remote and isolated Pag-asa Island, the largest landform of the Calayan Island Group, which includes Ayungin Reef and Rizal Shoal, and the islets of Lawak, Patag, Likas, Kota, Panata, Parola, and Pag-asa. Kalayaan, a fifth-class municipality, is the least populated town in the Philippines. As of May this year, a total of 350 civilians or 65 households are currently living on Pag-asa Island. 73 of them are children. To these 65 households, Pag-asa, its name pertains to a concept deeply rooted in the Filipino culture and reflects the resilience and unwavering spirit of the Filipino people, is their home. Mr. President, last Thursday, May 18, I took a short visit to the Pag-asa Island along with Armed Forces of the Philippines Chief of Staff, General Andres Centino, Naval Forces West Commanding General Alan Javier, Philippine Air Force Commanding General Lieutenant General Stephen Pareño, and several other military officers and some members of the Senate media to look into its current situation. To this day, the backdrops of what I saw continue to play in my mind. And as I stand here, I cannot help but think of our kababayans who face countless challenges on a daily basis. For far too long, our brothers and sisters in Pag-asa Island have lived in constant uncertainty. They have endured the harsh realities of a life cut off from essential services and opportunities that many of us take for granted. Their access to healthcare, education, and even the basic necessities of life is hampered by their geographic isolation. Their hopes and dreams often seem distant, obscured by the vastness of the sea that surrounds them. Imagine, my dear colleagues, being separated from your loved ones for months due to lack of transportation options. Sa mga pagkakataon ng pagkakaratay sa banig ng karamdaman, wala kang ospital na mapupuntahan o kahit man lang na health center na maasahan. Paano pa kaya sa mga kaso ng panganganak ng mga kababaihan? Kailangan pa silang i-airlift ilang buwan bago ang inaasahang petsa ng kanilang panganganak. Walang doktor, nurse, o kahit na kumadrona na sasaklolo para masiguro ang ligtas na pagluwal ng sanggol. Ang mga kabataan nasa elementary na nasa 73 ang kasulukuyang bilang ay umaasa sa gabay at hinuhubog ng 2 guro lamang. 3 paminsan-minsan kapag may sundalong nagboboluntaryong magtuturo sa kanila. At sa araw-araw na pagpasok nila sa eskwela, ngayon sa nag-iisa na silid-aralan, hindi alintana na mag-aaral na mula grades 1 to 6 ang sira-sira nilang kapaligiran na winasak ng Super Typhoon Odette noong Disyembre 1 taon na ang nakakaraan. Halos magdadalawang taon na ang nangyayaring dilubyo, ngunit ang mga bakas na matinding pinsalang iniwan ng Bagyong Odette ay nandun pa rin. This is the reality faced by our kababayans in Pag-asa Island. Imagine, dear colleagues, the life when the power supply from the generator sets is cut off by 10 in the evening. Imagine having no local radio stations. Imagine having cash in your pockets, but seeing no need to use it as a medium of exchange simply because there are no economic transactions and financial activities in the area. 2 decades after opening the once strictly military installation to civilian settlement, the island has remained fallow. This, despite the construction of the beaching ramp, which would allow shallow draft vessels or those with RoRo capability to bring in essential landing engineering equipment and other construction materials for the development of the island. The repair of the Rancudo airfield, which sustained erosion damage, is still ongoing. The 1.2-kilometer airfield that was constructed during the 1970s can accommodate only medium-sized military aircraft. We still have a long way to go if we are really keen on developing Pag-asa Island into a tourism and fishing destination or even a marine research hub. Currently, missionary telecommunications service is being provided by Smart Communications, which covers Pag-asa Island only. Though the signal is unstable, it has been very beneficial to the community and to the municipality's operation. Kaya naman nung paglapag namin sa Pag-asa Island, gamit namin ang sakyang himpapawid ng Philippine Air Force. Tumunog kaagad ang aming cellphone sa Globe o sa Smart. Welcome to China. Or welcome to Vietnam. And other options for communicating are by the use of a single band radio and of the military-operated very high-frequency radio band on the island. The military, however, has a very small aperture terminal. It is a two-way satellite ground station or a stabilized maritime VSAT antenna that uses broadband data for the provision of satellite internet access, even in remote areas like Calayan. As a member of this august body that represents the interests of the people of this republic, it is my duty to bring to the fore their daily struggles and advocate for the attention and assistance they desperately need. Pag-asa is a real island that can sustain human life and community. My dear colleagues, I implore each and every one of you to lend your unwavering support to the cause of our brothers and sisters in Pag-asa Island. Sa aking pakikipag-usap at maging sa panayam ng mga reporters na kasama ko sa mga residente doon, handa silang manatili doon kahit nakapos sila sa maraming bagay. They are more than willing to contribute to the island's defense, survival, and development. As public servants, it is our moral duty to uplift the lives of our citizens. We must rise above our differences and collaborate to bring meaningful change and not let our fellow Filipinos in Pag-asa Island be forgotten or left behind. And it is our moral obligation as public servants to ensure that they too will have access to basic necessities such as education, healthcare, and livelihood. We should invest in infrastructure projects that will enhance connectivity, healthcare facilities, and educational resources to nurture the development of the next generation. Let us also not forget the sacrifices made by our brave men and women in uniform who guard Pag-asa Island with unwavering dedication. They who face the brunt of the challenges and dangers posed by external forces put their lives on the line to protect and defend our sovereignty. We owe it to them to support their mission by providing the necessary logistical support to carry out their duties effectively. Sa aking pagbisita, napag-alaman ko ng isang 78-year-old World War II era Philippine Navy Auxiliary Ship, BRP Mangyan, ay isa sa mga ginagamit sa pagpapatrolya sa nasasakupan nating karagatan sa West Philippine Sea. Ito din ang nagdadala ng supply sa 7 Philippine outposts sa West Philippine Sea. Mula sa kilalagyan ng BRP Mangyan, tanaw namin ang nasa 8 hanggang 9 na Chinese militia ships na 2 hanggang 3 nautical miles lamang ang layo mula sa shoreline ng Pag-asa Island. My esteemed colleagues, let us not allow the remoteness of Pag-asa Island to be an excuse for neglect. Let us embody the spirit of solidarity and compassion that defines us as a nation. Pag-asa Island may be a tiny dot on the map, but its significance is immeasurable. It is not just a piece of land. It is a testament to our sovereignty, the indomitable spirit of our people, and a symbol of our determination of what is rightfully ours. And behind all of these, there are human lives, children, families, and individuals who are willing to live there in exchange for a peaceful life. Bigyan natin ng pag-asa ang mga taga-pag-asa. Thank you, Mr. President, and may we continue to serve our people with passion and empathy.
We thank you for your report, Senator Jingoy Estrada, and truly, our people in Pag-asa Island deserve better as they are Filipino people, they're part of our republic, and that hopefully during the budget hearing, we can propose amendments to give them, hopefully give them infrastructure that make their lives better. Yes,
Mr. President, the
Minority Leader.
minority leader wishes to be recognized.
Mr. President, we would like to interpolate, but we were informed that the speaker would rather be interpolated tomorrow.
Tomorrow, sana.
That's okay with us, Mr. President. Okay lang. It's okay with us, Mr. President. Basta we make it a record, we take this up again tomorrow.
Yes, thank
Thank
you.
you po.
Thank you.
Mr. President, some of our colleagues would like to interpret on the privilege speech of Senator Estrada. Therefore, you move to suspend consideration of his privilege speech. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection. Privileged speech of the distinguished colleague. Our distinguished colleague is suspended.
Mr. President, at this point, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2020 under Committee Report number 58. This is the Maharlika Investment Fund Act of 2023. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of this bill is we're in the period of interpellation. With that, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Mark Villar, and to interpellate Senator Win Gatchalian. I so move, Mr. President.
Our distinguished sponsor, Senator Mark Villar, is recognized and to interpolate rather, Senator Win Gatchalian. It's also recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it's a good sponsor, willing to take a few clarificatory questions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, from the onset, let me thank the good sponsor for accepting 4 out of the 5 recommendations that this representation sent the good sponsor. We recommended a few items to improve on the bill, and let me just read for the record the recommendations that were accepted. First, on the guarantee to the capital contributions of the founding government financial institutions. Number 2, grant of tax exemption to the MIC and the MIF. Number 4, grant of regulatory reliefs to the founding GIFs. And number 4, privatization as the main source of MIF. Well, that one was not completely accepted, but at least privatization became one of the sources of the capitalization for MIF. The other one that was not accepted is the removal of BSP as a source of capitalization. And I'll go into that later on, Mr. President. So I thank the good sponsor for accepting 4 out of 5, which is not a bad batting average. But
Yes, thank you. And may I also add, Your Excellency, may I also add that the senator's suggestions were invaluable in crafting and a lot of improvements in the bill. So this representation is very thankful for the suggestions of Senator Gatchalian.
thank you to the good sponsor. Mr. President, I was listening intently to the discussions here on the floor, and some of our fellow senators raised some issues, especially on previous experiences in sovereign wealth funds. I think it was Senator Raffy Tulfo who raised this and raised a red flag regarding other sovereign wealth funds that encountered severe problems, specifically
1 MDB of Malaysia, Mr. President. I think, in my opinion, that's one of the examples that we should not emulate. And a lot of the analysts call the 1 MDB controversy as as the mother of all scandals insofar as sovereign wealth funds is concerned. So, Mr. President, I just want to ask the good sponsor if the committee has looked at the 1 MDB case and what has the committee learned from that 1 MDB scandal?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. The 1MDB was, as we know, what happened during it was in Malaysia, where a person by the name of Joe Low utilized the guarantee of the Malaysian government in order to borrow money and somehow pocket it himself. In this, we studied this scenario, what happened during this 1MDB. And of course, one of the first things that you see from this series of events is that there's very little, if at all, actually, there's very little government control. He was not accountable to any government agency. There was no controls. It was basically he had his firm, and he was, and there was a certain level of misrepresentation and a certain. It was actually more of a scam really than a sovereign wealth fund. If you look at the Maharlika bill, there are numerous layers of protection ranging from the composition of the board, the oversight of Congress, the advisory body, which is composed of the NEDA, the NEDA, the Treasury, and the DBM. And you have the internal, external auditor. You have oversight by Congress. None of these things were present in the 1MDB scandal. So, I mean, among many other things, amongst other things, in terms of quality, in terms of the control, and this Jolo was not a government official. He was some random personality who, was able to name drop the government of Malaysia in order to somehow deceive other investors into giving funds to him, thinking that they were investing in an entity that was completely, I guess, had the sovereign backing. So I think that of course, in that case, we studied this case, and there are many controls in the Maharlika that will ensure that nothing like that could possibly happen.
Thank you, Mr. President. To thank the good sponsor for explaining to this representation their study on 1MDB, and so that we can also prevent that same scenario from happening here in our country. And best practices, but also the worst practices. And in fact, we can learn not only observing best practices, and in fact, we can learn much more out of the worst practices, Mr. President. So I would like to focus, Mr. President, on the safeguards that the good sponsor mentioned, and I would like to learn what safeguards have we embedded in the law so that we can prevent a 1MDB from happening here in our country, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'll just repeat my question. What are the safeguards, Mr. President, that were embedded in the law that can prevent a 1MDB from happening here in our country, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor. Aside from what we mentioned earlier, I think the presence of the internal, external auditor, of course, the advisory board, and of course, at the same time, there's also a investment advisory council within the investment risk management group within the Maharlika. And of course, the composition of the board, where we have representatives from the various stakeholders, the land bank, the DVP, the actual operations of the bank, and the actual operations of the fund, and of course, members from the private sector are also present. There's also, in addition to these, we have other, I think the congressional oversight is equally important, which will be composed of of course, to be chosen by the respective leaders of each house will be able to conduct oversight. And of course, it will be governed by the GCG. And at the same time, also, it will fall under the rules of the COA. And at the same time, in terms of procurement, also will follow the guidelines of RA 9184. These are numerous controls that if you look at, and I think the 1MDB is the worst case scenario. But if you look at it, that had no controls whatsoever. This one has numerous controls, numerous. Of course, some of the most reputable government officials who have, of course, in the agencies that have some of the most reputable officials in the agencies that have a long record of doing their fiduciary duty. So those are all embedded in the law, and we feel that these are sufficient to guarantee that such malfeasance will not occur.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the clarification. And Mr. President, I do appreciate and thank the good sponsor for accepting some of our recommendations, especially on procurement, the coverage of GCG. I think these are also part of the controls that will eliminate possible fraud and embezzlement of the funds. And I thank the good sponsor for keeping an open mind and accepting those recommendations, Mr. President. Mr. President, I was also studying the 1MDB case, Mr. President, and it's as you pointed out correctly, and I agree with your statement, Mr. President, that it's a simple case of fraud and embezzlement. A guy named J-Lo misrepresented himself, and in the process accepted bribes, gave away bribes, accepted bribes, accepted kickbacks, also gave away kickbacks. So the whole activity is actually a simple case of corruption, Mr. President. However, Mr. President, the process is quite it's simple, but there were loopholes in the process that enabled him to act with impunity, Mr. President, insofar as corruption is concerned. Mr. President, I noticed that 1MDB, initially they wanted to just like Maharlika Fund, no? They were set up to fund developmental projects in Malaysia. The goal there was to attract investors, come into the fund, as what also Maharlika is being envisioned, to multiply or to also raise capital from the private sector. Into in several critical projects, go into joint ventures into critical projects, Mr. President. However, when I was reading the case file, 1MDB concentrated on one capital raising scheme, which is raising bonds. No? In fact, all of the capital raising activities of 1MDB was purely bond floating, Mr. President. And I saw in our bill, the Maharlika bill in Section 10, that Maharlika will also be authorized to raise bonds, raise capital through bonds, Mr. President. And the bonds that will be raised, Mr. President, are these bonds going to be guaranteed by by Maharlika, by MIC, Mr. President? Will this be a sole guarantee of the MIC, Mr. President?
Yes, two things. First, what you mentioned earlier, the 1MDB. A lot of the characters who were involved, in fact, the investment banks who helped raise money for Joe Low were actually held accountable for that. And actually, they were prosecuted for that. So the characters there did not get away with it. And in fact, I think that because of that, the investment banks have become much more strict with regards to that sort of illicit fundraising that occurred. So the controls are much stronger now. Secondly, what you mentioned earlier, no, it is not guaranteed by, they can issue bonds, and these will not be guaranteed by the Philippine government.
So in the case of 1MDB, I believe that it was guaranteed by 1MDB and indirectly guaranteed by the Malaysian government, Mr. President. So the way I understand it, the bonds became sovereign because of that indirect guarantee by the Malaysian government. That's the way I understand the structure. Initially, it was just guaranteed by 1MDB and an Abu Dhabi sovereign wealth fund. But eventually, when everything went haywire, the Malaysian government had to step in to
Yes,
guarantee.
they denied that it was guaranteed by their government, I believe. They did not say that.
Yeah,
I think it was a misrepresentation also by Jolo that, and now in fact, the Malaysian government is not willing to recognize these as
Yeah, I think they had the
legitimate.
litigation and eventually they settled. No, but
Yes.
apparently, the bonds were the source of the fundraising and the source of the kickbacks, Mr. President, in short. So, and apparently the bonds were so attractive because it was packaged in a way that sovereign guarantee was existent, as well as Middle Eastern guarantees. These guarantees by different states, Mr. President. So in short, Mr. President, will
also
Maharlika by different states, Mr. President. So in short, Mr. President, will Maharlika guaranteed by the Philippine government in short?
First of all, some points I'd like to make is one, any borrowing done, international borrowing done by Maharlika will have to go through by law, will have to go through the monetary board. So it simply cannot decide unilaterally to borrow from foreign sources. This must go through monetary board. Secondly, it will not be should they borrow or should they issue bonds, these will not be guaranteed by the Philippine government.
Yeah, but Mr. President, it's not explicitly in the law, but that's the intention, Mr. President, that it will not be guaranteed by the Republic of the Philippines, Mr. President.
It says here in section 10, line 24, such obligations shall be secured by the assets under the management of the MIC, including the stocks, bonds, debentures, and other securities purchased or held by it under the provisions of this act. These bonds and debentures may be long-term, medium, or short-term with fixed interest rate or floating interest rate. So I think it's clear in this that there's no government guarantees, but it will be secured by the assets of the MIC.
So it will be solely secured by the assets, Mr. President.
Yes, that's correct.
Will a foreign guarantee be also possible, Mr. President? For example, in the case of 1MDB, it was allegedly guaranteed by the Abu Dhabi Sovereign Wealth Fund, Mr. President. Can that scenario also happen with the Maharlika investment fund, Mr. President?
No, that cannot happen. Only the Maharlika can issue. If the Maharlika issues those bonds, only Maharlika can guarantee the bonds. It's explicit in the law that they will be secured by the assets only of Maharlika.
And Mr. President, I would like to ask the good sponsor, what is the process for Maharlika to, in simple terms, no, I know it's going to be quite complicated, but in simple terms, what will be the process for Maharlika when it issues bonds?
Well, of course, it has to go in order for you to issue a bond and borrow. You have to go. Of course, the first thing is you have to get approval from the monetary board. It's necessary, and because this is a GOCC, you would also need DOF approval in order to borrow from foreign sources. So that would be amongst the major components of the procedures that they would have to go through. Of course, of course, there are other administrative,
Yep.
minor administrative requirements that have to be complied with.
So, Mr. President, I understand that the controls will be, the major controls will be the Monetary Board and also the
Department of Finance.
Department of Finance, Mr. President. Will the bonds take the character of a sovereign, let's say a sovereign, let's say a treasury bill or a sovereign
No,
bond?
I think, in fact, these bills probably, they will have to be, the rate, the coupon would probably be at market, which is higher than T-bill rate. Based on my discussion, it can range anywhere, at least minimum, maybe. Well, it's hard to, but definitely above. It's hard to go into specifics, but definitely it will be above T-bill rate. You would have to charge a premium precisely because it's not guaranteed it's not a sovereign guarantee. So you have to pay a risk premium for that.
And Mr. President, I also saw in the bill that the preferential tax rates were also removed. So that
Yes.
means any issuance will also compete with, just like President. Is that correct?
Yes,
Mr.
that was in line with our, during our discussions earlier about having a level playing field. So that was one of the, during our discussions earlier about having a level playing field. So that was one of the improvements, one of the amendments or modifications that we had that was taken into account.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, on the Maharlika Investment Fund to succeed, and then I see the wisdom in the Maharlika Investment, creating the fund so that it will multiply the capital that we can raise as a country and plow it into infrastructure projects. But in a worst case scenario, that something happens to Maharlika and the bonds become problematic, Mr. President. Who will now guarantee, or who will now act as a guarantor of the bonds, Mr. President?
It would
And
still
how
be,
will- yeah.
it would still be backed by the assets of the fund. So in general, depending on what the asset classes are within the fund. So I mean, it really depends. It depends on the investment strategy of the board. What kind of yield? Obviously, if you're going for a higher yield, probably they might have a higher stake in equities. But if they're trying to be a little more conservative, they might have a larger pool of government securities. So it would really depend on what the appetite for risk is of the board. But definitely, as a general rule in investment, there's diversification is involved, and of course, you have different asset classes that have different levels of risk that you invest in. So, when you have that kind of investment strategy, you minimize the risk of any major, most major occurrences that might affect the value of the fund itself. So I mean, it's really a lot of it is it's really dependent on the investment strategy of the Maharlika Fund and its directors.
So, Mr. President, hearing that answer and looking at the third paragraph of Section 10, in no case will Maharlika issue bonds or debentures more than the asset that it has, Mr. President. It will only be limited to the size of its asset, Mr. President.
Yeah. Yeah, it depends, like in any organization, there's a borrowing, there's a borrowing capacity that they have to comply with.
Yeah.
And of course, any borrowing will have to go through multiple levels of approval before it can go through.
I understand from the one MDB example, it didn't have any assets yet.
Yeah,
That's
but
what I
since-
understand. No? But
yes.
because of the guarantee, the take-up was bigger than their asset,
Yes.
Mr. President.
In this case, in Maharlika's case, again, it's not a sovereign guarantee, so it might, it wouldn't have the same character as a sovereign, a fund that was guaranteed by government.
Yeah. And Mr. President, correct me if I'm wrong, but because of that third paragraph, it will not go beyond the value of its asset, whether
You limit your downside, basically. There's a, it's a good way to limit your downside in terms of what could possibly happen to the fund.
All right, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have exhausted my questions for this topic, Mr. President, and with the indulgence of the good sponsor, Mr. President, I'll have one more question, but I'll do it tomorrow, Mr. President. I'm still collating my notes on that. But again, I thank the good sponsor for clarifying all of those questions, especially on the safeguards, Mr. President. I think constituents to understand that there are more than ample, more than enough safeguards that were embedded in the law. More than ample safeguards that were embedded in the law that will prevent from one MDB from happening in our country, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you for bringing these issues to light and especially giving us example, a real life example of a worst case scenario, and it gives us the opportunity to also explain the provisions in the from happening. So I'm very thankful to the representation from Valenzuela for his for allowing us to explore and explain for allowing us to explore and explain these points.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleagues. Majority Leader.
Mr. 9 for interpellation, but they will just resume tomorrow. So, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2020. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, committee report number 69 on Senate Bill number 2221. This is the bill on the Magna Carta of Filipino seafarers. I also move, Mr. President.
May I ask you to withdraw that motion and
Yes,
just do the reference of this?
Yes,
additional-
Mr. President, I move, I withdraw that motion. I move for the additional reference of business.
There being no objection, Mr. Secretary, please proceed.
Additional reference of business bills on first reading. Senate number 2218, mandating the formulation, financing, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of a comprehensive and multi-year Tatak Pinoy, proudly Filipino strategy, establishing a Tatak Pinoy Council, appropriating funds therefore, and for other purposes, Senator Angara.
The Committees of Economic Affairs, Trade and Commerce, and Finance.
2220, providing for the construction of a bridge connecting Barangay Mabini and Musangot located in Binuangan, Misamis Oriental, and appropriating funds therefore, Senator Marcos.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee report 68 by the Committee on Ways and Means on Senate number 2219, which Senators Revilla Jr., Zubiri, Legarda, Villanueva, Bina, and Gatchalian as authors thereof, amending RA 11213 as amended by RA 11569 by extending the period of availment of estate tax until June 14, 2025 and for other purposes. Recommending its approval in substitution of Senate numbers 2159, 2170, 2174, and 2197. Taking into consideration 7909.
Yes, take to the calendar for ordinary business.
69.
Committee report number 69, prepared and submitted jointly with the Committees on Migrant Workers, Foreign Relations, and Finance on Senate Bill number 2221 with Senators Estrada, Subiri, Villanueva, Tulfo, Ontiveros, Angara, Po, Gatchalian, Revilla Jr., Gol, Ligarda, De La Rosa, Villar, M., Padilla, and Villar C. as authors thereof, an act providing for a Magna Carta of Filipino seafarers, recommending its approval and substitution of various bills, taking into consideration House Bill number 7325, sponsor Senator Tulfo.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader. The calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2221 under Committee Report number 69. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, may we recognize Senator Rafi Tulfo, Chairperson of the Committee on Migrant Workers, to deliver his sponsorship speech. I so move, Mr. President.
Yeah, before we recognize the sponsor, may we ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure?
Senate Bill number 2221, an act providing for the Magna Carta of Filipino seafarers.
Yes, therefore now we can recognize our distinguished sponsor, Senator Rafi Tulfo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Mr. President, my esteemed colleagues. I'm honored to sponsor today the Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers. Magna Carta in layman's language is the Great Charter. It is a very appropriate title for this piece of legislation, the Great Charter for our Filipino seafarers. In the shipping industry, when you say seafarers, you almost always equate it to Filipino seafarers. The country's dominance in this tough and challenging industry on cargo ships began in the 1980s, when an organized campaign began to train Filipinos for careers at sea. Employment agencies marketed Filipino seafarers to international shipping companies. An industry of marine colleges emerged to serve the class of strivers seeking the jobs, and government agencies stepped in to manage the deployment. Since then, we have dominated this industry in such a way that Filipino culture could be felt in many international ocean-going vessels. In a New York Times article featuring the life of Filipino seafarers, it showed how both the ship's food and free time remind the sailors of life back home in the Philippines. One night, the men roasted a whole lechon on a spit and feasted on fresh coconuts. On the aft deck, there was a basketball hoop. Basketball, after all, is the unofficial national sport of the Philippines. And during Saturday nights, karaoke in the mess hall could be heard. But life on the vessel is not all beautiful sunsets and serene ocean views. The New York Times article also told the heartbreaking stories of our seafarers. On this first ocean voyage 7 years ago, June Rosel Rioner was sent deep into the bowels of a cargo ship, where he shoveled iron ore until his muscles ached, then continued shoveling for a dozen hours more. I cried in my cabin 3 times that month, Mr. Rioner said. Jason Guanyo, 29, the ship's cook, recalled that once on a 2-month voyage from Montenegro to China, he ran up to the bridge to peer through binoculars at the flat rise of a distant island, just for the chance to look at something other than the sea. Their role on global shipping industry, Filipinos like Mr. Rioner and Mr. Guanyo have for decades powered the global shipping industry, helping to move 90% of global trade. And throughout the pandemic, the world's 1.9 million seafarers have played a vital role in keeping ships moving and ensuring critical goods such as food, medical equipment, and vaccines are delivered. In 2022, 489,852 Filipino seafarers were deployed. That makes 25% of the world seafarers are Filipinos. And with this number comes the incidental benefit that the Philippine economy has obtained from the remittances of our seafarers. In 2019 alone, it was estimated that 519,031 deployed Filipino seafarers remitted $6.5 billion to the Philippines. This is practically 1.7% of the country's GDP that year. Given that we have been deploying seafarers for more than 4 decades already, and they have been dominating the industry, why is there still a need to enact this Magna Carta of seafarers? There are 5 main reasons why we must pass this legislation. A, it is a highly regulated international industry. B, it provides a well-compensated work for highly skilled workers. C,
We must protect the viability of the Filipino seafarer in the global shipping industry. D, it will empower government agencies to help our seafarers. And E, the last but not the least, it will inform our seafarers of the rights and duties. Let me explain each one. Highly regulated industry by ILO, MLC, and STCW. First, seafarers are governed by various international conventions, laws, and practices that are particular to sea-based OFWs and not to the land-based OFWs. The Philippines' distinction as the seafaring capital of the world was sustained through its strict compliance to the requirements imposed by the ILO's Maritime Labor Convention, or MLC 2006, an international convention on standard of training, certification, and watchkeeping for seafarers, or STCW. Labor standards under the MLC 2006 created a single coherent instrument embodying as far as possible all up-to-date standards of existing international maritime labor conventions and recommendations, as well as the fundamental principles to be found in other international labor conventions. Further, the convention was designed to secure the widest acceptability among government, ship owners, and seafarers committed to the principles of decent work, that it should be readily undateable, and that it should lend itself to effective implementation and enforcement. Meanwhile, the STCW was created to clarify the standards of competence required, introduce qualification requirements for trainers and assessors, provide effective mechanism for enforcement of its provisions, and allow greater flexibility in the assignment of functions on board ship. The international nature of shipping requires uniform treatment and international standards that are transported to national law and regulation, so that regardless of where the ship and her seafarers may be found, the ship and her seafarers are always subject to the same set of standards with which they must comply. B, well-compensated work for a high skill set worker. Second, seafaring has become a sought-after profession of choice for most Filipinos, especially those who cannot afford to pursue expensive professional courses. The seafarers pursue a maritime degree, mainly work on board the ship. The profession's uniqueness and peculiarity differs from the land-based OFWs who are educated and trained for land-based jobs, but are unable to find opportunities at home, forcing them to seek for greener pasture abroad. The salary of the messman, the lowest ranked crew, ranged between 78,400 pesos to 140,000 pesos. That is about 10 times our current minimum wage. Imagine this. A few weeks ago, we were discussing kung paano itataas ang minimum wage para sa mga manggagawa natin na ngayon ay nasa 8,866 pesos hanggang sa 14,820 pesos monthly. Nililimos natin ang taas na 150 pesos sa mga employers. Ang hirap po itawid dahil hindi naman po din kaya ng ibang industriya. Kaya isang malaking oportunidad talaga para sa ating mga kababayan ang maging seafarer. For this reason, seafarers need closer attention from government to promote the continuous employment on board foreign-owned vessels. C, the viability of the Filipino seafarer in the global shipping industry. The Philippines, the Russian Federation, Indonesia, China, and India are the largest suppliers of ratings and officers working on merchant ships. But in recent years, ships have been hiring more seamen from Vietnam, Myanmar, Africa, and China. This is an ongoing concern. At this time, when the demand for Filipino seafarers are decreasing because of the depressed shipping market, which has resulted to vessel sale, scrapping or layup, coupled with cost-cutting measures of ship owners and crewing costs. Measures must be formulated to address key manpower issues through promotion of careers at sea, enhancement of maritime education and training worldwide, and addressing the retention of seafarers. D, empower government agencies to help our seafarers. Fourth, this bill will be a compass of our government agencies, primarily the very young Department of Migrant Workers. They're still trying to adjust to the new jurisdiction it has. And now, this legislative measure will outline the primary concerns of our seafarers to aid them in helping our seafarers as well as the manning agencies. E, inform our seafarers of their rights. Fifth, as the great charter for our seafarers, this Magna Carta should serve as their map in their journey as seafarers. It will inform them on how to go about with their concerns, how to enforce their rights, and where to go to avail of them. Importante po sa lahat, dapat alam nila ito. Kasi kung hindi, baliwala po ang lahat ng ginagawa natin dito. Now, to address all these, let me go over the important points and key features of the law. The law will cover both domestic and OFW seafarers. While the standards are based on international standards, we provided for a separate section to govern seafarers of domestic shipping, which is found in Chapter 14 and 15. Chapter 3 codifies the basic rights and duties of seafarers based on international laws, standards and practices, and conventions. Chapter 7 lays down the terms and conditions of employment. Chapter 8 provides for the accommodation, recreational, and sanitation facilities, food, and catering in ships. Chapter 9 states the medical care and maritime occupational safety and health standards. The ocean is a dangerous place to work in. In the last 10 years, 1,036 ships have been lost at sea. A mooring rope could snap with enough force to rip off a man's head, or a falling grate could shear off fingers. A large swell breaking over the side could slam a man against pipes or wash him into the sea. There are electrocutions, burns, and appendicitis. The nearest hospital could be hours or even days away by rescue helicopter. This chapter will address these concerns. Chapter 4 cements the protection for women seafarers and promotes and upholds gender equality. This chapter will protect our seafarers against discrimination on the basis of race, sex, gender identity, or expression of religion or political opinion. Of course, the seafarers must also be informed of their corresponding duties, such as outlined in Chapter 5, while Chapter 6 identifies the role and responsibilities of manning agencies, employers, and ship owners. Chapter 10 to 11 provides for the standards and sets the regulation for termination of employment, extension of employment, and disputes resolution. Chapter 12 to 13 outlines the crucial situation of repatriation and reintegration. After all, after our seafarers have served their contract, we must assist them when they must return to their families. And then they are unable to finish the contract. And when they are unable to finish the contract, a proper repatriation procedure will protect them from being abandoned overseas. Chapter 16 is crucial as it sets forth the rights of cadets being already part of the seafaring industry and addresses the concerns regarding the development of marine education. To elevate the industry further, Chapter 17 provides for incentives and awards granted to players in the maritime industry. The government's role is outlined in Chapter 18. And finally, to lend teeth to this law, Chapter 19 imposes penalties for violations of this act. This is the general map of the Magna Carta. But the Magna Carta of seafarers is not a novel idea. The Senate has always been an advocate for our seafarers. The first Magna Carta bill was filed during the 13th Congress by Senator Edgardo J. Angara, the father of our esteemed colleague, Senator Sonny Angara. After that, there was a continuous effort throughout the years to push this crucial legislation. In fact, majority of us here now has at one point espoused this piece of legislation. First, Senator Loren Legarda filed their first version of the Magna Carta during the 14th, 15th, 16th, and 17th Congress. The chairman of the Labor Committee, Senator Jingoy Estrada, filed this version during the 16th Congress. Senator Bong Revilla also filed during the 16th and 18th Congress. The good one, Senator J.B. Ejercito, had several versions during the 16th and 17th Congress. Senator Sonny Angara followed his father's advocacy and filed his version during the 16th, 17th, and 18th Congress. Senator Joel Villanueva did not lose time and filed his version during the 17th and 18th Congress. Senator Nancy Binay also saw the importance of the bill during the 17th and 18th Congress. Senator Risa Hontiveros filed her version during the 17th and 18th Congress. And of course, our dear Senate President Mig Zubiri filed his version during the 18th Congress. Senator Win Gatchalian, Senator Bongo, Senator Cynthia Villar joined in the filing of Senate Bill 2369 during the 18th Congress. And now for the 19th Congress, no less than 14 of us here filed versions of the Magna Carta of Filipino seafarers. Senate President Mig Zubiri, Majority Floor Leader Joel Villanueva, Senate President Pro Tempore Loren Legarda, Senators Jingoy Estrada, Robin Hood Padilla, Cynthia Villar, Risa Hontiveros, Sonny Angara, Grace Poe, Win Gatchalian, Bong Revilla, Bongo, Bato de la Rosa, Mark Villar, and yours truly. That's a total of 17 senators at one point and up to the present see the need to provide for the institutionalization of the rights that would protect our seafarers. I'm honored to be surrounded by legislators of like and mind who see the value of this legislation. Our seafarers deserve our support and protection. This Magna Carta is a message to our seafarers that we are behind you, a guarantee to the international community that we will comply with the standards set by the relevant conventions, and a command to our government officials to hit the ground running in ensuring that we keep our obligations to these conventions. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and my dear colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Rafi Tulfo. Senator Jingoy Estrada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, 10 years after the Maritime Labor Convention of 2006 entered into force on August 20, 2013, with the Philippines as the 30th member state to ratify the same, we still failed to pass an enabling law to protect the rights and welfare of our seafarers. This representation filed the bill on Magna Carta of Filipino seafarers way back in the 16th Congress and was then the chairperson of the Committee on Labor. We conducted hearings on the measures and reported them out for plenary debates. Unfortunately, its timely passage was overtaken by events, and so we are here once more to push for the enactment of the same. Noong 16th Congress, tayo po ang unang naghain ng panukalang batas na ito. Ngayon, 19th Congress, ay ako pong muli ang unang naghain nito bilang Senate Bill number 46 at kasama po ito sa top 10 priority bills ng inyong lingkod. With this representation's unwavering commitment to the passage of the Magna Carta of Filipino seafarers, it will be an honor to be a co-sponsor of Senate Bill number 2221 under Committee Report number 69, reported out by the Committee on Migrant Workers under the able leadership of its chairperson, Senator Rafi Tulfo. According to the estimates of the Department of Migrant Workers, about 30 to 40% of seafarers and cruise personnel in ships are Filipinos. In fact, the Philippines is recognized by the European Commission as one of the world's largest maritime labor supply countries. This is confirmed by the Seafarers Workforce report of the International Chamber of Shipping and the Baltic and International Maritime Council for the year 2021, which revealed that the Philippines provided the largest number of seafarers for the world's merchant fleet, despite the ongoing global COVID-19 pandemic, having 252,392 Filipino seafarers working on board ships out of a total of 1,892,120 seafarers workforce. In the year 2022, the Philippines maintained its stature as the largest maritime labor supplier in the world when it deployed 345,000 seafarers during the said year, who contributed around $6.7 billion or around 341 billion pesos in remittances. Ang malaking bilang ng mga Pilipinong marino ay patunay na kailangan talaga natin isabatas ang Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers sa lalong madaling panahon upang siguruhin ang proteksyon ng kanilang karapatan at kapakanan. Hindi kaila sa atin mga issue na kinakaharap ng ating mga marino. Nito mga nakaraang taon ay nanganib ang humigit kumulang na 50,000 Pilipinong marino na nagtatrabaho sa European Union flagged ships dahil sa findings ng European Maritime Safety Agency o EMSA ng European Commission na hindi nagagampanan ng ating mga otoridad ang requirements sa ilalim ng International Convention on Standards of Training, Certification, and Watchkeeping for Seafarers. Fortunately, this year, the European Commission announced its decision to continue recognizing the safety certifications issued by the Maritime Industry Authority o ang Marina. Sa pamamagitan ng panukalang batas na ito, inaasahan natin maiwasan ganitong mga problema at sa halip ay lalo pang mayangat ang kalidad ng serbisyo ng ating mga marino na siyang batayan ng respeto, paghanga para sa kanila at pati na rin ng mataas na demand para sa kanila sa international maritime industry. Among others, the one-stop shop center for seafarers that will be established in major crew change ports will be very helpful to our seafarers for the convenient and speedy processing of their documentary requirements. This will allow them to spend more time with their families and friends during their vacation from work and find respite in their care, comfort, and company before returning to work. The proposed measure also ensures the clear and coordinated fulfillment of mandates of the concerned government agencies. This will improve the services given by the government to our seafarers and facilitate the proper implementation of this law. In the 16th Congress, the Committee on Labor shepherded the enactment of Republic Act 10706, otherwise known as the Seafarers Protection Act, which prohibited ambulance chasing and imposed penalties to the violators. Ang batas na ito ay isang mahalagang instrumento upang bigyan ng proteksyon ng ating mga kababayang marino. Naasahan natin na ipapasa din ng Kongreso ngayon ang mas komprehensibong panukalang batas para sa kanilang kapakanan. Mr. President, the passage of the Magna Carta for Filipino seafarers is long overdue. Once enacted into law, it will be another landmark legislation that will benefit our kababayans, the seafarers and their families, and our economy as a whole. Ang inyong lingkod ay masugid na nagbibigay ng suporta para sa pagsasabatas nito. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Jogo Estrada. Next to give his sponsorship speech is our Senate President, Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri. He is now recognized.
Thank you very much, our distinguished President. I am pleased to stand here today to co-sponsor our proposed Magna Carta for Filipino seafarers under Committee Report number 69. For better or for worse, our overseas Filipino workers have consistently been among the largest contributors to our economy, with their remittances accounting for around 9% of our GDP. Of that number, about 22% is from our sea-based overseas workers, who sent home $6.7 billion last year, up from 6.5 billion in 2021 and 6.3 billion in 2020. Sa madaling salita, napakalaki po ng ambag ng ating mga seafarers sa ating ekonomiya. And while we, of course, are working towards a future where Filipinos are not having to make difficult choices of leaving their families to find better paying jobs abroad, the fact remains that we have hundreds of thousands of hardworking seafarers toiling away in foreign waters at the moment. And we have a responsibility to protect them as best as we can. Kaya naman, isinusulong po natin ang Magna Carta for Filipino seafarers, which will address the unique needs of all our sea-based OFWs, not just during deployment, but right from their pre-onboarding as well. Kaya nagpapasalamat po ako sa chairperson ng committee, Senator Raffy Tulfo, Boss Idol, together with all the authors and sponsors, co-sponsors of this measure. With this Magna Carta, we will spell out all the rights and duties of our seafarers and ensure the provision of proper wages and benefits, accommodation and recreational facilities, safe and gender-sensitive workspaces, and medical care, as well as services regarding repatriation, dispute resolution, and reintegration. We will also articulate the duties and responsibilities of manning agencies to protect our seafarers and aspiring seafarers from shady recruitment processes and practices that take advantage of vulnerable individuals. In all, this Magna Carta will be a comprehensive document that will work in tandem with the Migrant Workers and Overseas Filipinos Act, but with the protection specific to the situations of our sea-based OFWs, who typically do not have as immediate an access to our government agencies and services as land-based OFWs do. Sa Magna Carta na ito, sisiguruhin po natin na kahit malayong-malayo po ang ating mga seafarers mula sa atin, ay protektado pa rin natin sila. At mapapalagaan natin ang kanilang kapakanan, anumang distansya nila sa atin. As such, I'm hopeful for the full support of our colleagues for the passage of this measure. Maraming salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri. Next to deliver his sponsorship speech is Senator Bato de la Rosa.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it is with deep pride and that I rise to co-sponsor Senate Bill number 2221 under Committee Report number 69 of the Committee on Migrant Workers, joined with the Committees on Foreign Relations and Finance. Along with my co-authors and colleagues in this esteemed Congress, I warmly commend the chairperson of the Committee on Migrant Workers, Senator Raffy Tulfo. Lubos akong nagpapasalamat kay Senator Tulfo, Mr. President, dahil sa kanyang walang sawang pagsuporta sa ating mga mandaragat. A month from now, Mr. President, we are set to celebrate the annual Day of the Seafarer, which will be on June 25. According to its stated purpose, this Day of the Seafarer was established to recognize the unique contribution made by seafarers from all over the world to international seaborne trade, the world economy, and civil society as a whole. Ang ganda po ng pagkasabi, to recognize the unique contribution of seafarers all over the world. And yet, according to a 2023 report of the Mission to Seafarers, there was a reported decline in the happiness levels of seafarers. From 7.69 noong last quarter ng 2022, bumaba ito sa 7.1 para sa first quarter ng 2023. Seafarers across the globe are showing a sense of dissatisfaction, Mr. President. Dissatisfaction with inadequate food, bureaucratic demands, and endless paperwork, connectivity problems, lack of health and wellness programs, and of course, the sense of social isolation. This is why I believe that the sponsorships and shepherding of this important measure today is proof of two things. Number one, the Senate's committee to the well-being of our seafarers. And number two, the Senate's sense of good timing. A month ahead of the annual day of the seafarer, here we are, Mr. President, pushing for the passage of a bill that institutionalizes the Magna Carta of Filipino seafarers. With the passage of this measure, we will be safeguarding our seafarers' basic rights and their welfare. We shall be protecting them and their employment, and their repatriation, and in their reintegration. We shall also ensure proper coordination of the DMW, the DFA, and the OWA, and other relevant government agencies for the full implementation of this measure. Alam niyo po, Mr. President, marami po sa aking mga kababata ay mga marino. May iba sa kanila na tuluyan ng naging kapitan ng barko. We started out as young boys who grew up to be men, carving out our own paths. They choose to chart the path of the sea. Mr. President, alam ko po ang hirap ng buhay marino. Matagal kang mahihiwalay sa iyong pamilya, nasa gitna ka ng karagatan. Minsan yung mga alon mas malalaki pa kaysa sinasakyan yung barko. Tapos dito sa Pilipinas, ang bayan na iyong pinagsisilbihan, hindi man lang nakasaad kung ano ang iyong mga karapatan. This is precisely why there is a need for this measure, Mr. President. It is high time for us to recognize the contribution of our seafarers above and beyond merely assigning a day of every year to remember them for an industry that accounts for 80% of international trade. Our marine industry, along with the hundreds of thousands of Filipino seafarers, certainly deserves institutional and legislative attention. Let us not wait for them to drown in the ocean of our inaction. Let us provide them with the rights and protection that they need, so that even when they are at sea, they may rest knowing they shall be confidently coming back to a country they can truly call home. Ipasa natin itong Magna Carta para sa kanila, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Senator Bato de la Rosa. Majority Leader.
Next to deliver his sponsorship speech is our Chairman of Committee on Finance, Senator Sani Angara. I move that he be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague from the province of Aurora, Senator Sani Angara is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Magandang hapon po to our colleagues. Isa pong karangalan para sa atin na tumayo para suportahan si Senator Idol Raffy Tulfo, ang ating chairperson ng Committee on Migrant Workers, at ang ating Senate President na author din po nitong Magna Carta for Filipino seafarers. We are heartened, Mr. President, under the stewardship of Senator Tulfo, the Committee on Migrant Workers has continued the efforts of past Congresses to craft, to file, and to hopefully eventually pass a measure that institutionalizes the rights of Filipino seafarers, which includes mechanisms to enforce and protect the same, the granting of their compulsory benefits, and the implementation of standards set by the Maritime Labor Convention of 2006, or MLC 2006, and the International Convention on Standards of Training, Certification, and Watchkeeping for Seafarers, or STCW for short. Sa katunayan po, Mr. President, noong tayo po ay kongresista pa lamang noong taong 2007 during the 14th Congress at noon rin pong 15th Congress, naghahain na rin po tayo ng kahintulad na panukalang batas dito sa Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers. This was during my second and third term as a congressman, Mr. President. At layong po natin isulong ang pangalagaan, ang karapatan ng ating mga manlalayag. In the 16th Congress in July 2015, I was privileged to have been the Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Labor under then Chairman Senator Jinggoy Estrada. This representation sponsored, authored, and defended Republic Act number 10706. This is the Seafarers Protection Act that prohibits and penalizes ambulance chasing or the practice of charging exorbitant fees with the promise of a huge monetary award. This is to protect, to ensure that the seafarer gets any any award given to him through litigation, and it will not go to attorney's fees. It capped the amount of attorney's fees that could be claimed in such cases. Given that many of the cases were just routine and many of the amounts or monetary awards were already set forth in conventions and laws, Mr. President. I'm grateful to Senator Jinggoy Estrada for making me his vice chair, and by force of circumstance, I became the acting chairperson back in the 16th Congress, Mr. President. Palagay ko ho, panahon na maisabatas itong Magna Carta for seafarers na fina-file na po as early as 2007 and perhaps even earlier. Because our Filipino seafarers have already endured so much, Mr. President. Nariyan po ang nabanggit na pagtatrabaho po nila under very dire working conditions, pagsisilbi sa mga opportunistic employers at pagdanas ng racial discrimination habang nakasampa po sila sa barko. Lahat po ng hirap, tiniis po nila kasabay ng matinding pangungulila sa pamilya para sa pangarap na makapagbigay ng mas magandang buhay para sa kanilang mga minamahal. Nung nagkaroon po tayo ng lockdown sa pandemya, mahigit kumulang na 150,000 Filipino seafarers ang nawala ng trabaho dahil sa paghinto ng operasyon ng mga major cruise and cargo ship companies. More recently, another issue affecting our Filipino seafarers' employment became widespread. This is the International Maritime Employers Council and the International Chamber of Shipping point to ambulance chasing as the reason why a number of their members who are maritime employers have decided to shift their manpower source away from the Philippines and towards less qualified manpower sources. Dahil din po dito, according dito sa ICS, there was a decrease in Filipino seafarers from around 20% of the world seafarers to around 14.4%, Mr. President. We all know that Filipinos have a very rich seafaring tradition that has been passed down from generation to generation, and historical records have taken note of how our ancestors were already engaged in fishing and diving for maritime riches. Nasa dugo na po natin ang paglalayag. Kaya hindi po nakakapagtaka na madalas piliin ng mga foreign ship owners ang mga Pilipino. Katuwang sa pagiging Pilipinong manlalayag, ang mataas na ekspektasyon. Employers, ship owners expect competence, resilience, patience, and skill, which they know Filipinos can deliver on, Mr. President. And this resiliency is not leeway to be passive in fighting for our seafarers' rights. Passing this bill is the best way to show them how much we appreciate and value their contribution to our economy and to our country. Nararapat lamang po na palawigin po natin ang kanilang mga karapatan at paigtingin ang mga proteksyon na binibigay sa kanila sa ilalim ng ating mga batas. This bill will complement the Migrant Workers Act of 1996. It's also in line with the Philippines' obligations as a signatory to the MLC 2006 or Maritime Labor Convention. This measure reported out by the Committee on Migrant Workers, again we thank Chairman Senator Tulfo, grants our seafarers the right to a safe and secure workplace compliant with decent working standards. Itong nakaraang 2021, di pa man tayo nakabangon mula sa dagok ng pandemya, the European Commission or EC Directorate General for Mobility and Transport, DG Move for short, informed the Philippines that recognition of Philippine seafarer certificates would be withdrawn unless serious measures were taken in complying with the International Convention on Standards of Training, Certification, and Watchkeeping, STCW. Nangangahulugan po dito na that there are around 50,000 Filipino seafarers in EU-flagged vessels around the world who are at risk of losing their jobs. Kaya, under your direction, Mr. President, tayo po ay lumipad papuntang Brussels, kasama po sila Senator Gatchalian, Senator Marcos, Senator Villar, sa Belgium, kasama ang ating mga kasamahan sa House of Representatives, also headed by our former colleague, Senator Ralph Recto, upang makipagpulong sa ating mga EU counterparts noong nakarang Oktubre para matugunan at masolusyonan ang issue ng STCW compliance ng ating industriyang pang seafarers or maritime. At nakakatuwang mabalitaan na itong huling March 31, it was announced by the EC Directorate General that they will continue to recognize certificates of seafarers issued by our country. Bagamat ito pong issue ng STCW compliance at certification ay nasolusyonan na, Mr. President, Sa pagsasabatas po ng panukalang ito, tayo po ay mas mapapalagay at hindi na mangangamba ukol sa compliance ng ating bansa sa mga international labor conventions na atin pong napirmahan. This bill could not have come at a more urgent time, Mr. President, given andito po yung pagbukas ng ekonomiya ng ating bansa at pagtaas ng demand sa maritime industry and maritime industry workers. Dumadami na naman po ang mga seafarers natin sa open seas. Kailangan po natin na lalong paigtingin ang pagsusulong upang may sabatas ang panukalang ito. Kamakailan lang, itong nakaraang Marso, inanunsyo ng ating Pangulo, Bongbong Marcos, during the Philippine Maritime Industry Summit. Given that the Philippines is a maritime nation, I believe that it is time for us to make the maritime industry once again a top priority. With President Marcos' support, lubos po akong umaasa na tuluyan ng maisasabatas ang Magna Carta for Filipino seafarers, which has been pending in the legislative mill for almost 2 decades, Mr. President. Thank you very much, and I thank our colleagues. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Angar.
Yes, Mr. President, next to deliver her co-sponsorship speech is our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros. I move that she be recognized.
Our distinguished Deputy Minority Floor Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is recognized.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. Maayong gabi. I would respectfully like to sponsor the bill on the Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers, Senate Bill number 2221. This bill is very close to my heart because every Filipino seafarer deserves greater protection from abuses and violations of his or her rights and welfare. This bill is for all overseas Filipino workers, seafarers, who have been called modern-day heroes because of their economic contributions through remittances, and most importantly, because of their sacrifices in being homesick to give a comfortable life to their loved ones. Naririnig po namin kayo, mga kababayan. Hindi sapat na manatili lamang silang mga buhay na bayani habang sila ay nakikipagsapalaran at nagbabanat ng buto sa karagatan na walang sapat na batas na magtataguyod ng kanilang mga karapatan at proteksyon. Panahon na para ito ay madinig at maisabatas ang Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers. Noong nakaraang taon lamang ay muntik nang mawalan ng trabaho ang libo-libong mga marino nating mga kababayan dahil sa hindi pag-comply sa itinakda ng International Convention on Standards of Training, Certification, and Watchkeeping for Seafarers, o yung STCW Convention. I immediately filed a resolution to investigate, and I'm glad and grateful that our colleague, Chair Tulfo, also filed and conducted a hearing on this issue. Napakaraming problema ang kinakaharap ng ating mga Filipino seafarers habang walang batas na magtataguyod sa kanila. Ang restrictive provisions of the Seafarers Employment Contract, claims for disability and death compensation becoming a legal battleground, at lalo na kung ito ay hahantong sa sila ay tuluyang mawawala ng pag-asa para makapagtrabaho pang muli. Kaugnay nito, ang paglalagay ng escrow account na posibleng maging hadlang para sa interes ng mga Filipino seafarers. Ang batas na ito ay dapat na maging daan para sa mas madaling paraan ng mga proseso sa kanilang mga claims at para hindi pahirapan pa, lalo ng mga ilang manning agencies na inaabuso sila. Nandyan din ang korupsyon sa maritime industry, excessive fees for the trainings and development of seafarers, at marami pang mga issue. The Magna Carta should be the anchor of every Filipino. No one should be left behind, including cadets and fisherfolk. Every Filipino seafarer's right should be protected in accordance with the International Labor Organization's Maritime Labor Convention of 2006, and most especially the Philippine Constitution. Mabuhay ang bawat overseas Filipino worker. Mabuhay ang bawat marinong Pilipino. Saludo ako sa inyong pagsisikap. Patuloy kaming lahat sosuporta para sa inyong kapakanan at seguridad. Maraming salamat po. Daghang salamat, Mr. President.
Walay sa payan, daghang salamat po, ma'am, and thank you for the sponsorship.
Yes, Mr. President, next to deliver his co-sponsorship speech is our gentleman from Davao and Batangas, Senator Bongo. I move that he be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague from Davao, Senator Bongo, is recognized.
Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, as one of the authors of this bill, would like to co-sponsor this measure seeking to institutionalize the Magna Carta of Filipino seafarers. I stand before this august body as I firmly believe that by passing this measure, we could convey our unwavering support and respect to our Filipino seafarers. This piece of legislation is a concrete measure to safeguard the rights and welfare of our unsung heroes, the Filipino seafarers. Mr. President, ang ating mga seafarers ang isa sa pinakamalaking numero na bumubuo sa industriya ng mga marino. Of the 1.5 million seafarers worldwide, 25% are Filipino sea-based workers, making them the single biggest nationality block in the maritime industry. Nararapat lamang po na pangalagaan natin ang ating mga Pilipinong manggagawa na handang magsakripisyo para sa kanilang pamilya. Isa po sa mga nakakabahalang realidad na meron ang ating mga manggagawang marino ay ang kanilang mahabang oras sa trabaho at limitadong pahinga sa barko. One of the key provisions of this law, Mr. President, is the implementation of clear guidelines on maximum working hours, ensuring adequate rest periods to the Filipino seafarers. With this, Mr. President, we can address the issue of fatigue and enhance the safety and well-being of our seafarers. Aside from this, Mr. President, this measure also gives importance to seafarers' medical care and access to healthcare services, including mental health services. As the chairman of the Committee on Health, importante sa akin na mabigyan ng maayos na health services ang mga marino sa gitna ng paglalayag at pati na rin sa kanilang pagdaong sa mga pier. Mr. President, the proposed Magna Carta also emphasizes the importance of training and skills development for our seafarers. It promotes quality training programs which enables our seafarers to acquire the vital expertise and skills to excel in this profession. This will not only benefit individual seafarers but also elevate the global competence and effectiveness of our maritime workforce. Mr. President, our seafarers have long been in need of comprehensive protection and support. It is high time that we pass this bill to establish a framework that guarantees their rights, improves their working conditions, and upholds their dignity. Mr. President, the passage of Magna Carta of Seafarers Act is a testament of our relentless devotion in pursuing the interests and welfare of our Filipino seafarers. Nauna na po nating ipinasa last Congress ang Department of Migrant Workers sa pangunguna ng ating majority floor leader, Senator Joel Villanueva. Meron na pong isang departamentong nakatutok po sa ating mga tinatawag na mga heroes nga po, itong mga OFWs. With the enactment of this law, we will be able to convey a strong and substantial message to the men and women of the maritime industry, a message of gratitude, appreciation, and firm validation of their contribution in this country. Let us stand together, united in guaranteeing that our seafarers are protected, their sacrifices are recognized, and that their rights are upheld. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President,
Thank you very much, Senator Bongo.
next to deliver his co-sponsorship speech is Senator Bong Revilla. I move that he be recognized.
Baka meron pa iba. Thank you, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague from Cavite, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla, who just passed the Teachers Act, Allowance Act, is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is our honor to co-sponsor this meaningful legislation that seeks to provide for the Magna Carta of Filipino seafarers. It has always been my commitment to support measures that immensely contribute in promoting the rights, safety, protection, and welfare of our dear migrant workers. Ito po ang aking dahilan sa paghain ng Senate Bill number 1104 o ang Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers na naglalayong maprotektahan ang mga karapatan ng ating mga seafarers at kanilang pamilya. Dahil sa di makakailang kontribusyon ng ating mga marino sa ekonomiya ng bansa, nararapat lamang na gumawa tayo ng mga hakbang upang siguraduhin na walang malalabag na karapatan nila mula sa makatarungang mga kontrata hanggang sa disenteng lugar ng trabaho at katanggap-tanggap na kapaligiran sa paghahanap buhay. Ang lahat pong ito ay nakapaloob na sa isinusulong ng Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers na walang ibang mitiin kundi ang ibigay kung ano ang nararapat na proteksyon para sa ating mga seafarers bilang pagtanaw natin hindi lang sa kanilang mga sakripisyo alang-alang sa kinabukasan ng pamilya, kundi upang kilalanin din ang malaking kontribusyon ng mga kababayan nating marino sa ekonomiya at pagpapaunlad ng ating bansa. Nawa sa pamamagitan ng panukalang ito ay masuklian natin ang sipag at tiyaga ng ating mga kababayang marino na hindi alintana ang panganib ng karagatan, maging ang distansya mula sa kanilang pamilya at mga mahal sa buhay. Malinaw sa pagkakaisa natin sa panukalang ito na hindi lingid sa ating kaalaman ang kwento ng kanilang pakikipagsapalaran sa dagat at sama-sama nating itawid ang kanilang kapakanan anumang lakas ng alon o hampas ng daluyong. Maraming salamat, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, distinguished colleagues, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, with the consent of the sponsor, Senator Amy Marcos would like to be made co-author of this measure.
We take note of the manifestation.
Likewise, Senators, our Senate President Pro Tempore and Majority Leader would like to have their co-sponsorship speech be inserted into the records.
Yes, we take note and they ask the Secretary to.
And last but not the least, to deliver his co-sponsorship speech this afternoon is Senator Win Gatchalian. I move that he be recognized.
My distinguished colleague from the city of Valenzuela and the Republic of the Philippines, Senator Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. A pleasant afternoon, Mr. President and esteemed colleagues. I stand before you today to proudly co-sponsor Senate Bill number 2221, otherwise known as the Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers Act, a crucial piece of legislation that acts as a lifeline for those who brave the treacherous waves of the maritime industry. Filipino seafarers have earned a global reputation for their unparalleled skills, work ethic, and professionalism. They proudly wave the flag of our nation, embodying the very essence of Filipino skills and dedication on the international stage. Mr. President, despite the unprecedented challenges brought about by the global pandemic, the Philippines has remained steadfast as a major supplier of maritime labor worldwide. It is truly remarkable to note that even in these trying times, there continues to be an extraordinary ratio of one Filipino seafarer for every 4 to 5 crew members on board a vessel at any given time. Ginong Pangulo, sa bawat pagsulong sa malalaking alon ng karagatan, bitbit nila ang kanilang pangarap at sakripisyo na hindi lamang para sa kanilang sarili kundi maging para sa mga mahal nila sa buhay. Kaya naman napapanahon ng makapagsulong tayo ng batas na layong itaguyod ang kanilang mga karapatan, protektahan ang kanilang kapakanan, iangat ang kalidad ng kanilang pagsasanay. The Magna Carta of Seafarers Act is our beacon of hope. It codifies the basic rights and duties of our seafarers, ensuring that they are not adrift in a sea of exploitation and neglect. This act draws from international laws, standards, and practices, providing a solid foundation upon which the rights can be built and protected. Further, this proposed measure will promote quality maritime education and training that respond to the needs of the industry and in accordance with minimum international maritime standards of competency. This will ensure that our seafarers are globally competitive, given their crucial role and contribution to the economic growth of the country. Moreover, this bill goes beyond simply recognizing the basic rights of seafarers. It takes a step further by solidifying protection for women seafarers and promoting gender equality. In traditionally male-dominated industry, it is crucial that we break barriers and provide equal opportunities to all. This act ensures that no seafarers will be subjected to discrimination on the basis of race, sex, gender, identity, or expression, religion, or political opinion. Mr. President, let us not forget that behind the clauses and provisions of this act, there is a solemn promise, a promise that their sacrifices will be remembered, their rights will be upheld with unwavering commitment, and their invaluable contributions to our nation will be duly recognized and celebrated. To end, let me express my gratitude to the sponsor of this bill, Senator Raffy Tulfo, and to my fellow co-authors for their collective insights in drafting this important measure. Together, let us rise above the tides of indifference and make a difference in the lives of our seafarers. Together, let us sail towards a future where the rights and well-being of our seafarers are secured and protected. Mabuhay mga Pilipino mandaragat. Thank you very much, Mr. President and distinguished colleagues.
Yes, Mr. President, before we suspend the measure, Senator Francis Tolentino would like to be made co-author of this measure. Mr. President.
We take note of the manifestation, and we thank also Senator Gatchalian for his sponsorship.
At this point, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2221 under Committee Report number 69. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to calendar for special orders Committee Report number 68 on Senate Bill number 2219. This is the bill on Tax Amnesty Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Again, Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number
Yes.
2219 under Committee Report number 68. I so move, Mr.
There
President.
being no objection to the motion is approved, and we ask Secretary to read the title of the measure.
An act further amending Republic Act number 11213, otherwise known as the Tax Amnesty Act, as amended by Republic Act number 11569, by extending the period of availment of the estate tax amnesty until June 14, 2025, and for other purposes.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, may we recognize Senator Win Gatchalian, Chairperson of the Committee on Ways and Means, to deliver his sponsorship speech.
Our distinguished colleague, the Chairman of the Committee on Ways and Means, and the Senator from Valenzuela, Senator Gatchalian, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. A pleasant afternoon, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. I rise today to sponsor Senate Bill number 2219 under Committee Report number 68, which aims to amend Republic Act or RA number 11213, otherwise known as the Tax Amnesty Act, as previously amended by RA 11569. The Tax Amnesty Act was enacted on February 14, 2019, with the intention of offering taxpayers a one-time opportunity to settle their estate tax obligations. The objective was to provide reasonable tax relief to estates struggling under the weight of tax liabilities. During the legislative deliberations leading to the Tax Amnesty Act, it was estimated that the estate tax amnesty program would generate a substantial 6.28 billion pesos. Just a few months after the law's implementation, the world was engulfed by the devastation of the COVID-19 pandemic. The relentless grip of the pandemic created a barrier separating the availers from the vital relief they desperately needed. Many of them were confronted with an arduous journey in obtaining their certificate of availment of the estate tax amnesty, amplifying the already daunting challenges they faced during the lockdowns. Noong panahon ng krisis ng pandemya, maraming pangarap ang biglang gumuho. Marami sa ating mga kababayan ang nawalan ng trabaho. Maraming negosyo ang napilitan magsara at higit sa lahat, maraming
ang nawalan ng mahal sa buhay. Sa gitna ng mga mabibigat na hamon pinagdaanan nila, ang tanong nila, paano pa nila uunahin ang pag-asikaso sa mga dokumentong tulad nito? As a result, the revenue generated from the amnesty fell woefully short of our hopeful expectations. In fact, from 2019 to June 14, 2021, the Bureau of Internal Revenue collected 4.88 billion pesos, which is 22.29% lower than the initial targeted revenue. This figure painted a poignant picture of the challenges faced by our kababayans during unprecedented times. In response, Congress acted swiftly on the passage of RA number 11569 on June 30, 2021. This vital legislation extended the period for availing the estate tax amnesty for 2 more years, recognizing the immense toll caused by the 2-year-long lockdowns imposed upon us by the COVID-19 pandemic. Not only did this extension grant taxpayers the invaluable opportunity to avail themselves of estate tax amnesty until June 14, 2023 for debts occurring on or before December 31, 2017 as prescribed in RA number 11213, but it also removed the requirement outlined in RA 11213 for the submission of proof of settlement. This has been a great relief for availers as factors such as family sensitivities and internal conflicts often impede the execution of settlement agreements. With the extension, the BIR has yielded 2.67 billion pesos from June 15, 2021 to April 30, 2023. Sa puntong ito, Ginoong Pangulo, nalalapit na naman ang nakatakdang pabayan upang mapakinabangan ang amnestiyang ipinagkaloob natin 2 taon na ang nakalipas. Sa kabuuan, mula noong 2019 noong ipinatupad ang Tax Amnesty Act hanggang April 2023, tinatayang mahigit 130,000 sa ating mga kababayan ang nakinabang sa amnestiya. Ngunit sa kabilang banda, nangangulugan din sa loob ng 23 araw mula sa araw na ito, mawawalan na rin ng pag-asa ang mga kababayan nating wala pang sapat na pera upang makapagbayad ng kanilang estate tax. Although we have successfully reached the target revenue of 6.3 billion pesos through the previous extension of the amnesty, it is crucial to acknowledge that the potential ahead of us remains boundless. Based on the projection of the National Economic and Development Authority or NEDA, on average, a peso increase in government spending on specific productive sectors such as public education, public health, and agriculture could lead to a 1.38 peso increase in GDP. Given the Department of Finance estimate that the 2-year extension is expected to yield 6.15 billion pesos and NEDA's estimate on the fiscal multiplier based on our office projections, the program will yield an additional gross value added of 8.49 billion pesos. Mr. President, the passage of this bill encompasses a profound commitment, more than just a mere extension of estate tax amnesty availment. This proposed extension delves into the depths of compassion and empathy, reflecting our unwavering dedication to those individuals who, due to a myriad of circumstances, were unable to fulfill their estate tax obligations during the previous extension. It is high time to recognize the struggles of our less privileged kababayans and provide them with the necessary support and relief they desperately seek. Specifically, this proposed measure seeks to amend Republic Act number 11213, widely known as the Tax Amnesty Act, as previously amended by Republic Act number 11569, with the aim of reinforcing the following crucial provisions. First and foremost, this measure aims to expand the coverage of the estate tax amnesty program to include the estates of dissidents who passed away on or before December 31, 2001. Whether their estate taxes have remained unpaid or accrued as of the said date. This extension will provide much-needed relief to our taxpayers, particularly those who have suffered the loss of their loved ones amidst the circumstances brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. Furthermore, this amendment will ensure that our taxpayers are safeguarded from the burdensome requirements that surpass the provisions outlined in Republic Act Number 11569. In particular, this measure specifically enumerates the specific list of documentary requirements that should be required by the BIR from the availers of the estate tax amnesty and explicitly excluding the submission of proof of settlement of the estate, whether judicial or extrajudicial. This aims to establish a standardized practice across all BIR offices regarding the required set of documents. With this, we can eliminate discrepancies and inconsistencies in the document requirements requested by each RDO. Aligned with the government's vision of digitalization, this proposed measure also takes a significant step towards the institutionalization of electronic filing and payment of estate tax. It introduces a pivotal change that allows the amnesty availers for the electronic and manual filing of estate tax amnesty returns and payment of taxes with any authorized agent bank, revenue district office through revenue collection officer, or authorized tax software provider. With this development, we can extend the benefits of electronic filing and payment to those Filipinos living abroad and alien citizens with properties here in the Philippines. Now they too can fulfill their estate tax obligation efficiently, regardless of their location. Moreover, under this bill, provisions will be made to allow installment payments over a 2-year period from the statutory due date of estate tax. This opportunity will be provided without civil penalties and interest, ensuring that taxpayers with limited available cash in the estate can fulfill their obligations in a more manageable and financially sustainable manner. Lastly, this proposed measure seeks to extend the period of availment for estate tax amnesty program for an additional 2 years or until June 14, 2025. This extension is vital in ensuring that those who have encountered challenges in meeting the requirements, particularly our low-income constituents, will finally have the opportunity to avail themselves of the estate tax amnesty they deserve. Mr. President, by enacting these amendments, we demonstrate our unwavering commitment to alleviate the burden on our taxpayers and foster a more equitable and inclusive system. Through this measure, we strive to provide much-needed relief, especially to those who have been disproportionately affected by circumstances beyond their control. As we extend this amnesty program, we are not just providing relief from the burden of estate taxes, but also offering a pathway for our estate taxpayers to realize the full potential of their assets. As NEDA affirmed, this program provides an opportunity for taxpayers to formalize their ownership of land, thus securing property rights. By facilitating the legal transfer of properties, we empower them to maximize the value of their assets through various economic activities. Hence, they can contribute to the growth of our economy, create employment opportunities, and foster prosperity within their communities. At this juncture, allow me to thank the co-authors of this bill, our very own Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri, Senate President Pro Tempore Lauren Legarda, Majority Leader Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Nancy Binay, Senator Bong Revilla Jr. for their insights in crafting this much-needed piece of legislation. This bill will not have been established as well without the active participation of numerous public and private stakeholders during our public hearing. As chairman of the committee, I would like to take this opportunity to thank them for their invaluable contributions. From the government sector, Department of Finance, Department of Local Government Finance, Bureau of Internal Revenue, Land Registration Authority, National Economic and Development Authority, and the National Tax Research Center. From the private sector, the Tax Management Association of the Philippines. Mr. President, we must recognize that the success of this extension lies not only in its ability to generate revenue, but also in its capacity to instill confidence and trust in our taxpayers. By streamlining the requirements, removing unnecessary hurdles, and ensuring a more accessible and inclusive process, we can inspire individuals to come forward and avail themselves of the estate tax amnesty. This, in turn, will result in a more robust revenue stream that can support our nation's development and uplift the lives of our citizens. Let us, therefore, be driven by our shared empathy, united in pursuit of justice and financial relief for our citizens. With open hearts and minds, let us embark upon this endeavor to create a more compassionate and effective system, one that uplifts those in need, simplifies compliance with their tax obligations, and allows them to find solace in the arms of a supportive government. Thank you very much, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues.
Maraming salamat, Senator Gatchalian. For the record, Majority Leader, I'm also supposed to co-sponsor the measure. I just would like to insert to the records my co-sponsorship speech.
Yes, Mr. President, likewise, Senators Legarda, Villanueva, Estrada, and Revilla would like to have their co-sponsorship speeches on Senate Bill number 2219 be inserted to the record. I so manifest, Mr. President.
Yes, we take note of the manifestation of the Majority Leader.
Likewise, with the consent of the sponsor, Senator De La Rosa would like to be made co-author of Senate Bill number 2219.
Yes, we take note as well of the manifestation.
At this point, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2219 under Committee Report number 68. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection. Motion is approved. The bill is suspended for consideration.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 65 on House Bill number 7185. This is the bill granting Philippine citizenship to Kyle Douglas Jennerman. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider House Bill number 7185 under Committee Report number 65. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the motion is approved, and we ask Secretary to read the title of the measure.
An act granting Philippine citizenship to Kyle Douglas Jennerman.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, may we recognize Senator Francis Tolentino, Chairperson of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights, to deliver his sponsorship speech.
Our distinguished Chairperson of the Committee on Justice, Senator Francis Tolentino, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, upon instructions of the Senate Committee on Justice and Human Rights, this representation will just insert into the record the sponsorship speech on House Bill 7185, or the Act granting Philippine citizenship to Kyle Douglas Jennerman. And Mr. President, out of traditional parliamentary courtesy, considering that the Senate President is the main proponent of this measure, this representation will defer to the sponsorship speech of the Honorable Juan Miguel Zubiri. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Tolentino. Mr. President, to co-sponsor the measure is our Senate President, Juan Miguel Zubiri. I so move, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Majority Leader. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, it brings me great honor to speak before you today to co-sponsor House Bill number 7185 under Committee Report number 65, which seeks to grant Philippine citizenship to Mr. Kyle Douglas Jennerman in recognition of his contributions to the promotion of the Philippines and its culture. Mr. Jennerman is known to many as Kulas. He's a 35-year-old Canadian citizen who's dedicated his YouTube channel, Becoming Filipino, to featuring the Philippines' natural beauty and promoting the country's culture and identity to the world. With more than 1 million followers, Kulas has traveled by scooter to a total of 80 provinces. Actually, more provinces than I have visited myself. And I have been a senator for many years. All the while documenting his experience and interactions and sharing them through his vlogs. He has showcased the country's beautiful beaches, mountains, waterfalls, rivers, and has come to love Filipino culture, immersing himself to the Filipino way of life and even learning the Filipino and Bisaya languages. Mas magaling pang mag-Bisaya sa akin yan, Mr. President. And he's been living in the Philippines since 2013 and has written and created thousands of posts actively promoting his country through social media. He's actually living in Davao Oriental, in, what town is that again? Not in Mati, basta coastal.
Katiil.
Katiil. Yes, alam ni presiding officer yan because he is also from Davao. And he used to live in Cagayan de Oro, so silingan namo siya sa Cagayan de Oro. Then he moved to Davao in the Katiil municipality. And aside from this, he has also dedicated his life and his time into bringing much needed attention to calamity-stricken areas in the country and has actively taken part in relief operations for victims of various typhoons. Kada pasok ng bagyo, Mr. President, after pag-alis ng bagyo, nandun na yan si Kulas. He's already helping, first of all, the collection of needed equipment, materials, and relief goods, and then pupunta sa area at nagbibigay ng tulong. Kulas was born and raised in Vancouver Island, Canada, but in the almost 10 years that he has spent in the Philippines, he has truly become Filipino. He loves our people, respects our culture, promotes our country's natural beauty every chance he gets. As a matter of fact, his girlfriend is from Cavite, where our sponsor is from, Caviteña. And in all my conversations with him, he's a good friend of mine, Mr. President. In all my conversations with him, he's looking to live and retire, live a long life and retire in our country, the Philippines. He has loved the Philippines so much, and he's a better marketing man or a better promoter of the Philippines than many of the people I know who do that for a living. Talagang, I recall, Mr. President, one of his trips to Thailand, he was invited to Thailand to speak about, in a tourism conference. Ang bukang bibig niya from beginning to end was the Philippines, that they should visit the Philippines. As a matter of fact, his last complaint to me, and I don't know if I should put this on record, his last complaint to me was that the Canadian Embassy, and I know the ambassador very well, as a matter of fact, he's going to pay us a visit very soon, and with that visit, I will mention this to him. The Canadian Embassy red marked Mindanao, particularly Cagayan de Oro. Cagayan de Oro, Camiguin, is a no-fly zone for Canadians. Eh, sabi niya, napaka safe ng mga lugar na ito. And mas mabuti pa daw yung Siargao and of course the Davao area. It is a go with caution. Pero yung northern Mindanao, including Camiguin, which and Bukidnon, which is very safe, is a no-go area. Kaya sabi ko nga, I'll take it up with the Canadian officials. But with that said, here's a man who really wants to promote our country through his love, because of his love for our country. And he is a man pushing for positive vibes. Whenever I talk about negative issues, sabi niya, let's look at the good of things, SP, and then let's see how we can make it even better. And he recently came from a trip to Patikul, Sulu, against my vehement objections. But he said, no, I really believe that I'll be safe. I will be going with some families from Sulu. And he just came from a very successful trip there for his first time to see the place and to promote it in his vlog. And if you look at his vlog now, it's definitely the most beautiful beaches that I've seen in my life are actually found in Sulu, Tawi-Tawi, and Basilan. So hopefully with the political solution that we did, passing the Bangsamoro Organic Law, during the leadership of Senator Coco Pimentel and the leadership of then President Duterte, siguro naman po baka in the near future maging top tourist destination na po yung mga area na yun, especially with our Muslim brothers and sisters in the region. That's why it's with my great honor and pride that I co-sponsor this bill, which seeks to grant Mr. Jennerman Philippine citizenship. We admire his positive energy and look forward to his future contributions to the country and our society. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, my dear colleagues, and mabuhay po tayong lahat. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Senate President.
Yes, Mr. President, Senators De La Rosa, Senator Villanueva would like to have their co-sponsorship speeches be inserted to the records.
I'm just waiting for the Senate President
sorry.
to recover his seat so that I can deliver my...
Yes, Mr. President, instead, Senator Villanueva would like to have his co-sponsorship be inserted to the records. I so manifest, Mr. President.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
And next to sponsor this measure is Senator Pato de la Rosa. But before that, I'd like to ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Thank you, Majority Leader. 1 minute suspension.
Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measure is Senator Bato de la Rosa. I move that he be recognized.
Yes, a distinguished colleague from the great region of Davao and the island province of Bohol. No other than Bujul. No other than Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa.
Thank you, Mr. President. Majority Leader, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. President and distinguished colleagues. It is my honor and privilege to co-sponsor House Bill number 7185 under Committee Report number 75, granting Kyle Douglas Jennerman, popularly known as Kulas, Philippine citizenship, as a well-known travel blogger and influencer with more than 1 million YouTube subscribers. Mr. Jennerman has been creating contents showing the rich culture of the Philippines and the Filipino people through his YouTube channel, Becoming Filipino. Through his contents, Kulas has promoted the Philippines tourism in the international arena despite having not being obligated to do so, a quality which we should emulate as Filipino citizens. In fact, last May 14, 2021, Kulas was recognized as a brand ambassador of the Department of Science and Technology, Region 11's Grassroots Innovation for Inclusive Development or GRIND program, which provides opportunities to stimulate overall growth of the country by utilizing community-led solutions geared towards sustainable growth. Noong nakarang buwan, marami ang nag-post sa kanilang mga social media profile kung ilang probinsya na ng Pilipinas ang narating nila. Ang kulay ay nakadepende kung ikaw ay namalagi ng matagal sa lugar, kung huminto ka lang para kumain, kung dinaanan mo lang. Marami sa atin, ilang probinsya pa lamang ang napuntahan. 4 days ago, Mr. President, Kulas was able to complete all 85 provinces. Pumunta siya sa Sulu at ngayon ay binahagi na niya sa kanyang mga post sa social media kung gaano kaganda ang Sulu. Hindi kailanman naging hadlang para sa kanya ang layo. Tila wala nang malayo para sa kanya. So, ibig sabihin, Mr. President, marami tayong mga kulig dito na senador na tatalunin, including you and me, tatalunin tayo ni Kulas pagdating sa eleksyon dahil mas napuntahan niya lahat ng probinsya. Ako, hindi ko pa nakumpleto itong lahat ng probinsya ng Pilipinas. Indeed, Mr. President, Mr. Jennerman has showed the entire world what it truly means to become a Filipino, not only in paper nor by birth, but by choice. He is revolutionizing the meaning of nationalism in this day and age. One social media post, one powerful message at a time. I urge my colleagues to support this measure as Mr. Jennerman's love for the Philippines truly makes him qualified beyond a doubt to be granted Philippine citizenship. In the words of Kulas, power on. Thank you and good afternoon once again.
Maraming salamat to our distinguished colleague from Davao and Bohol, Senator Bato del Rosa.
Thank you, Senator De La Rosa. Likewise, Mr. President, Senator Angara's co-sponsorship speech, he would like to have it inserted to the records.
Yes, thank you. And I believe that one of the principal authors of this measure is Senator Joel Villanueva. Hopefully tomorrow we can ask him to, online, if he wishes, to deliver his co-sponsorship speech, if he wants to. Or he already asked to be inserted to the, okay. Or he will insert it to the records. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 7185 under Committee Report number 65.
And before we do that, before we suspend, I just want to put on record why it is so difficult, and I said this in the hearing of Mr. Jennerman, why is it so difficult for us to give Filipino citizenship? Diba? Marami sa ating mga kababayan, many of our kababayans want to get citizenship from abroad. They want to be Canadian, they want to be American, and they get it. There's a process that they can apply for. But with the Philippines, you have only two choices. One is the judicial route. The other is the Congress of the Republic of the Philippines. Both are next to impossible. Sa Congress, kung wala kang sponsor na congressman, wala ka talagang chance sa Kongreso. Kung hindi ka mayaman, sikat, or hindi ka ma-influential. In the judicial route, I heard it's also very long and tedious. You have to stay for 2 years. You cannot leave. You have to submit a number of requirements. You have to get a good lawyer for the hearings and all. And I know that law is a 1935 law. Alam ni Senator Angaria at ni Senator Coco Pimentel, who are brilliant lawyers. It's a law that was written in 1935. Bring yourself back to 1935 when the post office was beautiful at the time, the one that just burned today, which is a sorry sight to see. But in 1935, the Philippines was top of the heap in the world. We were the pearl of the Orient Seas. We were, of course, all the roads and buildings were masterfully designed by Burnham, the same Burnham that was named after Burnham Park of Baguio. We had beautiful manicured roads, bridges, parks. It was just beautiful. We were the darling of Asia at that time. So, obviously, when they wrote that 1935 law, they wanted to protect the Philippines from just foreigners coming in to take advantage of the beautiful life we had then. But now it's a different story. It's a global community, globalized community. I agree that we should vent out those who should come into our country, particularly of nothing but bad intentions, putting up racketeering schemes and that sort from coming to the country. But at the same time, good-willed individuals should be given a chance to become Filipinos. We, in the last Congress, approved the likes of Mr. Ranucci of, I forget the agri-venture that he set up in Leyte, where he is now the biggest, I think, supporter of rice farmers in Leyte, and several others that will apply for citizenship. So I hope that we can also look with our lawyers, the lawyer senators here, look at the opportunity in amending the law to come up with a better system on being able to grant citizenship to these foreign nationals. So I just wanted to put that on record before we suspend consideration of the measure. So the motion is to suspend. No objections, and therefore we suspend consideration of the measure. Maraming salamat, Majority Leader.
Yes, if I may add to your interjection, Mr. President, in the just concluded SEA Games, you can see that Cambodia had 5, I don't think, or 7.
No.
They don't look like Cambodians at all.
They naturalized 120 players from different sports.
Yes. I'm just talking about the basketball, no?
Yung
Basketball
kalaban ni Efren Bata Reyes was a Korean. Pati sa Korean, Cambodian. Korea and Cambodia.
Yes, but still, Mr. President, we'd like to also take this opportunity to thank congratulate our SEA Games basketball team.
Yes.
Even if they were against 7 American players, at least lumabas yung puso that we still
I think
won
they only
because
had
of the-
one Cambodian player in that whole team.
Yes, only one Cambodian.
Only one.
At
But
least
don't
it's
forget to
something.
congratulate also my Arnis team.
Yes, congratulations
Thank
to
you.
the Arnis team.
For the record, can I make yabang ng konti, no, as your Senate President? The Arnis team came out the top performing team of Southeast Asian Games in Cambodia with 6 golds, 2 silvers, and 4 bronzes. Number 2 in the games was Taekwondo with 6 golds, only 1 silver, and several bronzes. So, number 1 producer kami, hopefully, and we are praying that in the Thailand SEA Games, they will have Arnis so that it will become a permanent sport in the SEA Games. I'm going to ask the help of Senator Bato de la Rosa, who's best friends with the Thai generals and senators of the Thai Parliament, to support me in my endeavor to convince them to have Arnis in the Thailand SEA Games, Southeast Asian Games. I need your support there, Senator Bato. Especially may APPF pa tayo.
Yes, Mr. President, but I think they just recently had their elections. And
Yes.
the Thailand military party was defeated.
So your friends lost?
Maybe, Mr. President, because their party lost in that election. So I think they're powerless.
Yung pa naman yung contact natin sa APPF.
Yeah, I think they're powerless right now because the opposition who won the last elections recently.
Okay. I hope that the election stays. That the results of the elections there stay. Because I can see the big smile on your face. But anyway, yes, please proceed, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, for admin matters, Mr. President, pursuant to Section 105 of Republic Act Number 11936 or the General Appropriations Act of 2023, I move that we proceed with the Senate President's designation of the members for the Joint Congressional Oversight Committee on Public Expenditures. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, this is what we were discussing the other day, I believe, to double check the projects before we take it up again on the budget hearing. The following members are hereby designated as members of the Joint Congressional Oversight Committee in relation to RA 11936. The chairperson is Senator Sonny Angara, who is the chairperson of the Committee on Finance. The members are Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Lauren Legarda, Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Maria Lourdes Nancy Binay, Senator Winga Chalian, and Senator Rafi Tulfo. For the minority, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III. So designated.
Yes, Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to change the committee referrals of Senate Bill number 2218. This is the bill pertaining to Tatak Pinoy or the Proudly Filipino Act, from the Committees on Economic Affairs, Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship and Finance, and to make instead a primary referral thereof to the Committee on Finance with no secondary committee. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, May 23, 2023. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, the session is now adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, May 23, 2023. Have a good evening and a safe evening, everyone.